Experts. We bring you gorgeous fabrics, we bring you fantastic notions, we also bring you innovations, ideas. We hope we stimulate your brain, your creative thoughts into thinking, oh, I could do that. What we do is we do something for everybody. So if whether you've never picked up a needle in your life, whether you're returning to it, you used to sew and you maybe had your family or you've had a career and you think, oh, I'd just like to do a bit of sewing, or whether you're one of the top stitchers, we've got something for everybody. Now, we like you to get in touch. That's what it's all about. It's totally interactive. So I've got the two Jennifers on with me today. So if you want any questions for my designers while we're on air, or any questions about the channel, you can get in touch two different ways. One, the best way to do it is by the web chat. And what you do is if you go to the website, there it is, www.sewingquarter.com. You press on the top left hand, there's a square that says watch the show. And then as you go down, say hello, this is the web chat. That's little Paul sending you all a message there. So basically you just scroll down to below the where you can watch me, or you can email us, studio@sewingquarter.com. So, studio@sewingquarter.com. No, not com. That's it. So what you can do is they go through to little Paul, my producer for today, and he will read them out to me later on. Now, while we're on that page, can I just point out two other things? One, if you scroll further down the page, you see, now they're all yesterday's items, but what will happen is all of today's items will come up on the screen as we introduce them to you. So if you think you've missed something, then everything from today's show, by 12 o'clock, everything that we've shown you, that's everything there from yesterday's show. That'll disappear in a minute, and then just click on it and add it to your basket. Or you can't buy that, that's sold out. That one's sold out, but we're getting more in, don't worry. Now, if you scroll further back up to on the page, next to where you're watching us, keep going. Right. That's the way you add it to your basket. If you're not going to go down to the shopping list, if you're just watching the live telly, just press on add to your basket and then go up to your basket. Now, this is my little tip to you. If you want to guarantee getting it, make sure you check out straight away. You'll only get charged 1 P&P, right? 1 P&P all day long. No matter how many times you check out, you'll only get charged 1 P&P. It's fantastic, fantastic value. Right, okay, now I've got to say a very, very quick hello to Elizabeth and her assistant Kevin, who are watching the show avidly this morning. They love it. They've watched it since day one, and they can't... She's very big in publishing. Very big in publishing. Anyway, look, we're making these today. Jenniffer Taylor's on with me in a minute, but we're making these Pyjama Bottoms. And you know what? They are lovely, aren't they? But I think we're doing the longer version today, aren't we? We're going to do the longer version today. But the fabric I've got, oh, do you know what? This is where you need touchy television. This is where you need touchy television, because they just feel fantastic. Right, we're going to start here with the bottom. I'm going to swap it around a bit this morning. Now, they're all tartans, obviously. I wonder if any of them, the Scott tartan, I didn't check that. I don't know what my tartan is, actually. So that's the red-green brushed cotton check fabric. Do you know what? It's £3.75 for half a metre. £3.75 for half a metre. I'll ask Jenniffer when we get going how much you're going to need to make these pyjama bottoms. Do you know what? I hope she's doing a men's size today, because I'd like these, because I know her husband's been wearing one of the other pairs that she's made. £3.75. Not just pyjamas, you can wear them as leisure. But do you know what? It's such gorgeous fabric. I'd like a shirt made out of these. A winter shirt or a cold shirt. Oh, she's oohing already, and we've not even introduced yet. Middle one. This is nice. This beautiful, beautiful one. Here we go. That is just called brushed cotton. That one's called just brushed cotton. But the thing is, if you ring the call centre and you say, if you ring them on 0800 112 4433 and say, oh, I like the red one in the middle, they'll be able to help you with that. That's lovely. It's just called brushed cotton. £3.75 for half a metre. And then last but not least, we've got this one at the top, the very bold one, which is the one that Jenniffer's going to be using in the show today. It's a really, really lovely, vibrant, very, very lovely. And do you know what? This is what it's all about. That's what's the red brushed cotton check fabric. Red brushed cotton check fabric. £3.75 for half a metre. Remember, I sell our fabrics in half metre increments. Before I go away, I'm just going to show you this. If you buy the fabrics, only the fabrics you get this when you buy them from, in the half metre increments and everything. It gets delivered in this. And it's the most gorgeous, gorgeous box. You don't have to dig at it or anything. It's got one of those little, what's that called?
Tearaway strip.
Tearaway strip there. You're a bit of a tearaway strip. You are, Jenniffer Taylor. And inside it comes, look, wrapped in tissue paper. I know, isn't it gorgeous? Right, less of me and more of Jenniffer. I'm just going back now. Jenniffer Taylor, how lovely to see you. It seems to be forever since I saw you. Mwah, mwah. So, she's been very busy. She's been at all these trade shows and everything.
I'm going to apologise to the viewers. My voice is not of best today.
Well, no, some of us quite like it when you're quiet. As in, I'm not going there, though. We're not going there at all. I'll look after you.
Thank you.
What are we doing? What are we doing
today we are doing pyjamas. And I don't know about you, but I live in my pyjamas.
Yes, I've seen your Facebook page and your Instagram page.
Yeah, I wish I was in my pyjamas today, to be honest.
Are you not?
But I'm not, no.
Well, you would know it just from here down, would you see?
So today we're making the wonderful pyjamas, and what I really like about this pattern, it does come in 3 different sizes. So you have your short, you have your Bermuda style, which my husband prefers, and your long length as well. But you've also got your children's through to adult sizes available for you there, which is
great. So we're doing the adult one first, which is this one.
That's right.
This one here. Now, the butterick pattern, very easy. Adult size up to 48 inch waist. £8.25. Now, what do you get? Tell me what you get inside that pattern there.
So with your pattern, you will have your written instructions, which I really like. It's always worth, I know we all get excited at home, but it is really worth going through your instructions. Everything you need is possibly here. One, what will be included in your kit, which would obviously be the paper pants that you would then transfer onto your fabric. You've got your sizes that you'll need to know. Also the key, so how to decipher the pattern instructions. But then the main thing that I really like to do here is the how to lay out your fabric in the most economical way. So you asked a question earlier how much fabric you would need.
Yes. Is it on the back of the packet?
It's on the back of the packet, which is just here. Or you have them in the paper instructions as well. So this will all depend. So try not to go with the sizes at the very top here, where you'll see the standard sort of 10 to 12, 14 to 16, so on and so forth. Always go by your bust, hip or waist measurement. Obviously you won't need your bust for this pattern, but you would definitely need your waist and hip. So always go with that. Ignore the numbers. It's apples and pears, A, B, C, D, E. It's just a key. So to make the smallest size pattern based on this fabric, which is around 150 centimetres selvage to selvage, to make the long trousers, you're going to need around 2 metres worth of fabric.
For a lady size? For a lady size?
It's male and female.
So for my size, I'd need that much. For the long trousers, I'd need 2.58. So I'd need to buy 3 metres, wouldn't I, if I was the boy size?
You need to buy, it's 2.4, so 2.5.
Oh, what's this one then?
So these are your yards.
Oh, OK, so 2.4 metres. So I need to buy 2.5 metres. If you're making
2.5 metres, yeah.
Hint, for me,
yes,
you'd need to buy 2.5 metres. 2.5 metres.
And it's always worth getting a little bit extra, especially when you've got something like this with the plaid. You want to be able to match your fabric. So the fact your metre is used 2.4, it's worth getting that extra 10 centimetres because of the pattern anyway. Depending on the size of your pattern, it's always worth putting an extra ½ metre in anyway, standard, so always. But everything you need is on the back.
This is the children's pattern now. Both patterns are £8.25. Coming in. Now, the children's go in ages, I think, don't they? 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, 10 to 12.
No, this is the thing. Again, this is just a key. Ignore the sizes.
Okay.
It's not the same as commercial, what you would pick up in the high street. That's one of the biggest rules in dressmaking. Try to get away from, I'm a size 14, so I'll go pick up a size 14 pattern. It's not the same thing. So always get a quick measurement, waist, bust and hip, and then use that key at the back of your pattern to find out what size you need.
So we're using the adult pattern to make, now we're making the long trousers today.
We are making we wanted to go with the trio, so we're going to go with the long trousers today.
Okay, so you've already made Bermuda and shorts, now you're going to make the long.
That's right, yeah. So when you get your wonderful tartan at home, this is beautiful. The more you wash it, the softer it's going to get. It really is luxurious. So you want to wash your material first. It's always best to do that because then you run the risk, if there is any shrinkage, that would have happened already. The last thing you want is spend hours sewing up your, well, this is a 1 hour pattern, but you don't want to spend that 1 hour, you know, pattern matching and whatever, and then putting it in the wash and then it all doesn't quite fit right. So it's always worth doing a very, very quick cycle.
Exactly.
Because we're using a tartan here and not a plain fabric, I would really, really take the time to match your plaids. So how I do that is by getting your pins, and literally, obviously you're going to be placing these on the fold to cut, and I'll explain that a bit more further. But it's this section here that I really want to concentrate on for the moment. What you want to try and do is match up your squares with the squares underneath. So you can see here I've got this square here and I've got that square there. So I'm using that as my guide. So what I do is I take my pin, if I just fold that back, place my pin into a section. So I'm going to use this yellow square here at the top of my red square. Place my pin through here. Then I'm going to match it up with the bottom square. See what I'm doing there? Going through the line and then going through the top section there. And I'm just going to do that through the length of my fabric before I even get my pattern on. And that way I know my patterns are going to match. So you'll notice on the samples that we have of the shorts and the 3/4 length, the line of the tartan is continuous around the body. You don't want that stepping. So
no, of course not.
To be fair, you could just go for it if you're a beginner and you don't want to take that that extra care.
But it's worth learning little tips like that from the beginning,
absolutely,
isn't it?
And especially with such a simple pattern like this, because it is a cinch to sew up. So why not take the time and perfect your pattern matching skills? So if you're going to use something like tartan, then I would suggest patching those up first. So that's
but if you're using, say you're not using this fabric, say you've got something in your stash already and it's a plain or it's a all over busy pattern, you don't need to do that, do you? You can just fold it in half and go to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fold in half, get on with it. Definitely, definitely. So after I've done painstakingly matched all...
That was that hint for me. Come on, John, get on.
Come on, John, get on. After I've painstakingly done all of that, then I'm ready for my pattern. So as you can see here, I've already cut out my my front leg. And I've obviously paid attention to the grain line and all of the notches here where we've made our marks in the side. But you notice that I haven't cut my pattern to size.
Right.
So I don't know if you can see
what
there.
What size are you making then?
So I'm making these in the small size, which is. Oh, I reckon you get in these, John.
Oh, do you? You're very kind to me. I've never got in a small since I was about 12, so I'm not good.
So I've already done and gone ahead and cut it out, but I just wanted to say that with this pattern, because it's such a simple shape, rather than losing your medium, large and extra large, because I'm using the male size here, that I actually fold back my pattern to the relevant size, so then you can make them for all your family, friends and family, etc. And then you're probably going, what's all these Z's about? What are these red Z's about?
Yeah.
Well, this is me making a note of where my red squares are on my tartan.
Right.
So when I get my back piece, so we talked about the continuation around the body. So what I then do, if I just turn this around, is I get my back piece. So before I place my back piece onto the remaining of my tartan, I match up the notions on the side of the leg. So on the side here, you notice you've got two triangles here.
You see that, yeah.
You see that? I've also got two triangles on my back piece here. So you might not see this because of the camera, but I'm lining up the leg and my notches, and I can see through where my marks that I made. So I've repeated the process on the other leg. So then when I take this off, if I just move this out of the way, and then bring my tartan back, what I can then do, because I've already got my pins in place, I can place the tartan directly where it needs to be. So then I know it all continues over. So obviously I would match up my grain line to make sure that's in line.
Yeah, and obviously there'd be the rest of the fabric down there.
Rest of the fabric round there. But you can see that my red squares, which are here, I'm placing them in the right place, so I know that this is going to continue around the body in a nice position. So that's just something that I like to do, especially when you've got a really obvious print.
Yes.
You know, I'm using a big red pen so you can see it at home, but a pencil that you can rub out after is
yeah, because you might not be making that a tartan next time, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's my little tip for pattern matching if you're going to do it at home.
So once you've so in the pattern it tells you how to lay all your pieces out on the fabric to be able to cut it out economically. Once you've placed all your pattern pieces, you then cut them all.
You then cut them out, which is what I've done here. So before you lift your pattern, it's really important to transfer these triangles that we were talking about just.
Yes.
These are our keys to making sure that everything fits together. So it is really important that you go ahead and do that. And I can see that I've already done it, so now I know I have.
So you've done them with actually cutting into the fabric?
I've done them with cutting into the the fabric. So if you're going to do that method, make sure you don't cut in too deeply. You want it to be within your seam allowance, and for this pattern, that's 1.5. Okay, so as long as you make sure you've got all of your notches, which I have done, so I know there's one on the leg, one on the inside of the crotch, and one on the inside of the leg.
And when there's a double one and a single one, you do that. You do 2 notches where there's double, and a single one where there's a single.
So then this way you know that it's either the side or the back of the body, or a single would be the front.
Yes.
So I've taken my pins out now, so I can remove my pattern and keep that safe for next time. So now the next thing we need to do is, because you can see from this tartan, because it's a woven fabric with different coloured threads rather than a printed fabric, it looks very similar front to back.
Yes.
So we don't want to be making 2 left legs, do we? So I need to remind myself which is the front and which is the back. So I've placed these right sides together.
Right.
And it does actually come, well, my piece came with a sticker to tell me which way they were. But
you did?
Yeah, but if you put your pieces together, whether it gets a sticker or not, just commit to which way you place them.
Yes.
So now, to know that I know which way is right or wrong, I'm going to deface it. I'm going to graffiti it.
Oh!
So I know that's the wrong side now. I'm going to flip that over. So again, we've got right sides together. So I'm not marking this section here at all.
No.
So don't worry about it too much, because it's chalk, it will come off. Okay, so now I've done that. Now I know I need one of the front, which is this section here. Oh, I've still got a pin in there. Oh. And one from the back. So let's just make sure we are...
Have you marked that one up as well? Oh, yes, you've
I
already
have,
done that one.
but let's just do it again, because it looks a bit light, doesn't it?
Let's play noughts and crosses on that one.
I know, yeah. There you go. Okay, so now I've got... I've got a pin there.
Another one.
Another one. There's pins everywhere, see? So the one thing I would say while we're on the subject of pins, when you're placing your pattern onto your fabric and you're cutting out, because you've done all that pinning with the tartan, just watch what you're doing, because the last thing you want to do is go with your scissors through a pin. Yeah. So do take your time when you're cutting around it.
And also, we are rushing you. You know, you said this is an hour-long project. It's not an hour-long project necessarily at home, is it? It's just that we've only got an hour to show you how to do it.
Well, I think it says it's an hour, so let's have a check. No, it is, look. It is a 1 hour pattern.
Oh!
It's a 1 hour pattern. But if you...
Fashion Express.
It's express. But if you're going to do the pattern matching that I'm going to do, it's probably going to take you an hour just to pin out your tartan, to be fair.
Yes, exactly.
But in essence, yes, this is a very quick sew, which is why I think it's nice to take the time with matching up. So I just wanted to make you aware here. So I know that my right side is facing up on my back leg here.
Yes.
And this is my right side. So if I put my right sides together, you can see that there's the crotch area on there, and there's the crotch area on there. So I know that that's not the right leg, so I need to get my other leg.
I was going to say. You were very blasé about the way you picked them up, and I thought, well, how does she know that's the right one?
It's always worth to check.
Excuse me.
So now... there's no markings on here, so this is the right side. I know this is the right side already. Yeah. So now I know I can put these like so.
So what you're basically doing, you're making 2 individual legs.
Yeah.
Separate legs. You don't join them together anywhere else first. You make 2 legs.
You make 2 legs. So in the instructions, it's telling you to sew the inner leg up first.
Yes.
So because we took our time with the pattern matching, and I made all those marks on the front and the back, we just need to make sure that they're matching up on the inside leg now.
Isn't it fabric? This fabric is so lovely.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's really, really cosy. Cosy is the word that comes to mind.
Cozy. So I'm just going to pop a few pins in there super quick. Yeah. And then we're going to do a nice straight stitch down the inside of that leg.
Oh, we're pinning without the board. You better not scratch my table.
Oh, look at us. I'm a professional, John.
Oh, now. We'll get letters. Well, no, I'm still in 1976.
That's true.
We'll get messages.
We'll get messages.
39.
Okay, so now I'm going to use my sewing machine. So, again, we're using a 1.5 seam allowance. So on your sewing machine, or most sewing machines will come with a gauge, and it's just basically saying you need to line your fabric up with that line on your machine. So if you're an inches girl, which I am, it's more like 5/8. Yes. 4/8, I think.
But that's 1.5 centimetres, is it?
Yeah.
Now, what happens if your sewing machine doesn't have the gauge on? Can you draw? Would you use tailor's chalk to draw a little line? If you knew them, not you, because I know you're very professional.
Well, what I would do, if you haven't got that gauge on your machine, then what I would do is get a piece of card, and so you've got a raw edge, and then I would measure in 1.5 centimetres and make a big dot. And then what I would then do is turn the needle down into the card where the dot is, so then you've got a ruler on the side of your machine. What I would then do is get a piece of tape, like masking tape or painter's tape, and place a piece of tape against the card, because I know it's the right measurement because I've just put my needle through that dot. Yeah.
So you're creating your own guide.
And then obviously take the card away. You don't need that anymore because you've got your nice masking tape or builder's tape, whatever, on the side. So that would be your seam allowance. So that's how I would do it.
So now, could you pink the edges of this fabric if you wanted to?
Absolutely, and I would strongly suggest you do this because you can see it already just through me sewing this this seam together that the fabric is starting to fray.
Yes.
So because I know it's only on a 1 hour project, it's a nice simple project, but when you've made something, you want it to last for a while.
Especially something like this because you're going to wear, like you're saying, your husband wears it, throws it in the washing machine, wears it, throws it in the washing machine.
So there's lots of different ways you can finish your seam. I mean, we could have French seamed this if we wanted to, but for speed, it's only a 1 hour show.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So you need to finish your seam. So if you have an overlocker at home, then obviously overlock it. If you haven't, then you can use a zigzag stitch on your machine. But again, that uses a lot of thread. Or a quick one would be to use your pinky shears.
Exactly. Now, you know Jo Carter, who's one of our experts here. She's on holiday this week because it's half term. She's gone with her mum, Helen.
Yeah.
Right? Mum Helen's taken her sewing machine and her overlocker on holiday with her.
I love it. And her overlocker. Yep. Ooh, OK.
Right, just got some messages for you before you go any further.
I'm going to sew the other leg together while you're doing that. Hi, Sue.
Quality tips on pattern matching from a quality teacher.
Oh,
that was Jenniffer.
That's too kind. Jenniffer said that.
Sue said that, Jenniffer.
Sue said that.
Sue said that. And Lisa.
Yes. I'm going to do this super quick.
Hang on. Lisa, we're just trying to decipher your message. It's come through a bit funny through the machine. Oh, Linda, thank you. Linda's missed me. We love, do you know what? We love the tartan. It's so... This is where you need touchy television, isn't it, really? Because it's
definitely.
that love. You can imagine, not just wearing them to bed, but on a Sunday afternoon watching a film.
Oh, yes.
Or you're building a
log cabin.
A log cabin in your garden, aren't you? And then you look really cold and tired after your day's work.
I'm so glad you said that.
To put them on. Have your bath, go in, put them on and just be all cosy.
Cosy and warm, having a little stitch. It's coming today. The log cabin's coming today.
You did what?
The log cabin's coming today.
Oh, no, and you're missing it.
I'm missing it. My husband's at home at the moment waiting for it to be delivered.
I hope it's the right one.
They said it'd be here at 8 o'clock, so it's happening right now.
Oh,
you
won't be watching if it's arrived. I was going to say text in and let us know if it's arrived or not.
So I'm going to be making pyjamas today, this morning, and building a log cabin this afternoon.
Oh, it's not already made then?
No, it's a self-build.
And is it going to be your workshop?
It's my sewing room. I've been evicted.
Oh no, but it's quite nice though, isn't it?
I'm pretending that I don't like it. I'm like, I can't believe you're evicting me. Yes.
No, but it's nice to have your own space going in and out.
Absolutely dedicated.
So we've sewn up.
I've got 2 legs. I've got a left and a right.
Yes.
So I'm going to take my pinking shears now and just quickly run down with those.
Okay.
So as we can see here, if I just use this one leg very quickly, you can see that it's starting to fray.
Yeah.
Really, really easily, which means we need to do something about that. So I'm going to use my pinking shears.
Oh, Lisa, we understand your message now. Thank you. It's all sorted. Thank you for letting us know. Christine. Oh, she loves your hair today.
Do you like it? It's a bit... Well, I didn't sleep very well last night.
None of us slept. We didn't say all sleep together, but none of us slept very well last night, did we?
So this is my natural curly hair, so I do apologise for the thing.
Nice.
Oh, thank you. I thought it looked a bit Fraggle Rock.
No, it's nice. And what was the second part of her message, Christine's message, sorry? Oh, she loves all the demos on the show, that's it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right, OK, so I've done that one leg. I'm not going to pink all of them, just so I can show you. So if I do that same exercise now and rub that, you see there's hardly anything coming off.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing coming off. So the more you wash it, the better this is going to get because it's brushed cotton, so it's going to get warmer, it's going to get softer.
And it's already soft to start with, isn't it? Very popular, by the way. Very, very popular. But especially the one you're using, Jenniffer.
Yeah, definitely. But just pinking those things, those seams will make it last a lot longer. Right, OK, so I'm just going to go back to my instructions. So I've done the leg. So I really like these instructions. Vogue have been around for a very, very long time, and they know what they are talking about. So here we have... We've done our first stage where we've done our back seam, our inside leg seams. So now we're going to do our gusset area.
Yes.
OK, so we're going to open both of these out.
Oh, Oh, I see, okay.
See, I would normally sew the legs together first.
Yes, so would
put them inside each other and then do that, whereas this pattern is different, which is what I love about dressmaking, because there's so many different ways of doing the same thing.
Exactly.
So this is a different way. So now we've got our leg open. Again, you can see there's no tailor chalk here, so I know this is the right side facing up. And I know this is the right side facing you now, because you can't see the seam. So I'm going to place this on top of each other. Okay. And I'm going to match up my notches even, not notions. What am I going about? Notches. So I've got notches there, I've got notches there. So I'm just going to bring this together. Bring that together there. Okay, so I'm going to make sure that first of all, my inner seam is right first.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm actually going to press my seams open. So I haven't done that already with the machine, the iron for speed.
I've got a question from Wendy.
Go, Wendy. Go, go, go.
Could you sew up with an overlocker or use French seams if you wanted to?
Yes, yes, and yes. Overlocker would be great, actually. In fact, French seams would be lovely.
Well, with a French seam, if you don't know, if you're not sure what French seam, it encases all the raw edges, doesn't it? A French seam. But it's very. I'll show you how to do a French seam. No, I won't. But the other Jennifer's going to do a French seam in her first project. So watch. If you don't know what a French seam is, please carry on watching.
Definitely.
I will say. I thought I was getting the iron out then for some reason. I'm not.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
I've got a feeling I've done something wrong.
Okay, now the fabric we're using is the most beautiful, beautiful brush cotton. It's a brush cotton. I'll bring the graphics in for you. It's coming in now, you see. It comes in the 3 different colourways, right? We've got 3 different colourways. We've got, now which one are you bringing in first, little Paul? The red, green. Oh, shall I go over? Are you all right there?
Yeah, carry on.
Don't do anything that we're going to miss, and I'll just go over and do these. We'll just go over here and we'll do the... Oh, actually, we've got them all made of things. I could have brought all these over. The red, green I'm going to do first. This. Now, do you know what? I wish you could feel it. It feels like the softest, softest, softest. It's really... None of us slept very well last night. So we could have done with these, I suppose. Isn't it a gorgeous print? Isn't it a gorgeous pattern? £3.75. Now, remember, we sell in half-metre increments. So that's £3.70. And what did we say? 2.5 metres, did we say, for the biggest size?
The biggest size is 2.5, yeah.
But you'll see on the back of the pattern. Excuse me. If you need to know, you can ring the call centre and they'll be able to tell you because they've got all the details there. That's lovely. So that one there is the red and... Oh, no, hang on. That was the red and green. That was the red and green. Right, now there's this one. Right, let's have a look. Now, this is the one earlier that it said... just brushed cotton, didn't it? Now, let's have a look, see if the... It's gorgeous, look at that. It's like a traditional, almost like a Scottish tartan, isn't it? There we go. Red, blue and green brushed cotton, that one. £3.75 for half a metre. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33. Or, of course, you can go on the web and order them on the web. Now, do you know what? It's so... Because sometimes you get lounge trousers, don't you? And the fabric's not... You wouldn't really want it against you, whereas this is going to feel so cosy and comfortable. And also, the thing about these brushed cottons is they're not just for winter. You could wear them all year round because they're going to be loose and casual and lounging trousers. It's going to be lovely, isn't it? So that one's the red, blue and green one. And then last but not least, I need to get Amy in to tidy up my A-frame in a minute. Oops. Got that one caught there. Now, this is the fabric that Jennifer's using. Love it. Oh, I love it. Look at that. Really, really beautiful brush cotton there. The quality is out of this world. That's just called the red. Red brush cotton, that one. £3.75 for half a metre. Now, we sell in half-metre increments, remember. So the minimum you can buy is half metre. And then in increments, so it's half a metre, 1 metre, 1.5 metres too. £3.75 per half a metre. I just love it. That's the one that Jennifer's using now, which I'm going to go over because she said she wasn't going to do anything without me and she started sewing. And I know how you all get upset when you miss what she's doing.
I'm glad you missed it, actually, because after all that preparation, I actually sewed the wrong legs together anyway.
Oh, you see, even the best can do it wrong.
It's so easily done. It's so easily done. So I'm just very quickly repeating my first steps, as you do.
OK, so you're
I haven't skipped a step.
Okay, you still go.
I haven't skipped a step.
Thank you so much for all your messages, by the way, today. Loads of you coming through with your lovely messages for Jenniffer. If you want to get in touch, if you want to send a web chat, all you need to do is go to our website, www.sewingquarter.com, excuse me, and press on the watch and buy page. It's at the top left-hand corner. And it brings you up into this. There's me folding the fabric up there. Look, walking across, mincing across, as people say. So there you go. You can send a message straight to the studio there in that little box. Or you can email us, studio@sewingquarter.com. Studio@sewingquarter.com. And look, there's everything now. Look, this is what I was telling you about earlier, the shopping list, you see. So everything that... Oh, look at... Now, what they can't get over in the gallery is how happy that family are. Look, all smiley, happy families.
It's because they're all wearing lovely PJs.
None of theirs are tartan, though. Our tartans are gorgeous, aren't they?
There you go.
Now, there you can see we've had the tailor's chalk, the pins, the 2 patterns. That's the fabric that Jenniffer's using there. They're all there. They're all written there. And the pinking shears that she just used. See, everything that we mention are there. So you can just pop them in your basket and do that. So are we up to scratch now? You're putting the 2 crotch seams together now. This 1 hour pattern.
1 hour pattern. It's so easily done, though, when you've got fabric that's...
And also, you are under pressure. Not everyone's going to be sitting at home on television
I'm very upset with myself.
Away.
Right, so the reason why I knew something was wrong is because the back piece is actually longer than the front. So when I was placing it together, even though I'd got my notches in there, I was like, why is this not working? So then I realised I'd sewn the same legs together. So I had a back to a back and a front to a front.
That's clever, after we just did all that.
After we did all of that. OK, so again, just repeating what I'm doing, I'm putting my seams together, which is my centre crotch seams there with the seams open. That's the first bit. And now, there we have it. So we've got my 2 notches, which is the front. I know that because it's single.
Yes.
So I'm placing those together and obviously popping in a little bin. And then the same with this side, if I just open that out a little bit. There we have, I know they're matching because of our pattern matching.
Jill, thanks for your lovely message. She's off to walk her dog in a second. Have a lovely walk. Is it a lovely day out there? It's dark when we arrive here.
I hope it's not windy again. I hope it's not windy.
What was it like yesterday? Storm Doris.
I've lost my fence panels and everything. I've had to...
Well, they did look a bit manky, though, didn't they?
No, but I literally lost my... I didn't realise they were down until I let the dog out this morning. I was like, get out the next door neighbour's garden!
Let the dogs out. Do.
But we've got a really big conifer in our garden. It's actually next door's garden, and you could just see it. And I was just like, please don't fall down. No. And it's huge, absolutely huge. So
and does it belong to next door rather than you?
It's next door. Right, but you know, it was so windy. So maybe my hair's got a Doris theme today.
Yes, maybe. so now you're sewing around the...
I'm sewing around the U shape of what would be the crotch area. Yes. And again, I like to remove my pins as I go so I don't break my machine.
We're not doing an opening or anything. There's no plackage or anything, so it's literally just stitched all the way around.
I'm literally just sewing all the way around. Take that one out. So I'm just moving that one around now. So now I'm going to come through, this is the back side of the trousers now. So I've done the front area, working my way around, removing my pin as I go.
Look at the beautiful fabric, the classic. Now that's the red brushed cotton you're seeing there. Red brushed cotton check fabric, £3.75 for half a metre. It also came in the 2 other colourways as well. It's just, I mean, it's gorgeous. First of all, the tartan is always popular, isn't it? The check is always popular. But wait till you feel the fabric. It's just the most gorgeous, soft. What other word would you use? It's kind of plush, comfortable.
Plush.
Cosy. I've used cosy.
Cosy. It's just, you know what it is? It's instantly warm.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's instantly warm against... Sometimes, you know, when you put your pyjamas on and they're cold.
Oh, yes.
So if I open it out so you can see, so that's the bit that I've just sewn.
Stitched, yeah.
That's that bit there, so that's the underleg.
Which is what we were saying a minute ago, is unusual, isn't it? Because normally on a thing like this, you'd make 2 legs, 2 tubes, and put one inside the other, wouldn't you?
Yes. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing.
All right,
so
I'll
now,
be quiet then.
You need to open it out. So you can see I've got one leg this way and the other leg that way, because you're going to put these sides together. So now we're going to make the trousers.
Right.
Okay, so this is where you really do need to make sure that you've got the legs the right way around. Okay, and again, if I just swing this round
So we're sewing the side seams now. We're
sewing the side seams. That's right. So if I just bring this round very quickly, I know it's correct because I've got my 2 notches there. So I've done it right this time,
Hooray!
John. Yay!
Alice has just started watching. So did you wash the fabric before you started?
I did, actually.
Just
I did.
tubing,
Yeah.
Alison, because also, apart from any shrinkage that might happen or any dressing on the fabric, the fabric could have been sitting in a warehouse, it could have been shipped from abroad. You just want it nice and fresh when you start,
absolutely, absolutely. And like you say, it is just worth giving it that very, very quick cycle, 30-minute cycle, if that. Just 1, freshen up the fabric, 2, to ensure that there is no shrinkage in that. So for speed, I'm not going to be pinning this, but obviously at home you take your time. So I'm just running down the length of that leg now.
Anne May says, I'll just do this. Anne May, I'm going to send Anne May a big kiss. Anne May, she says she's missed me and she loves the new channel. Thank you, Anne May, my love.
I can't believe it's been, is it 3 weeks?
It was just over 3 weeks. 3 weeks on Tuesday it was, wasn't it?
Time flies, doesn't it?
But doesn't it feel like we've been here forever? You know what I mean? Because we've had so much feedback from you all and everything.
Okay, so I'm not pinning and I'm doing this by speed. Please ignore my pattern matching.
Oh, I thought you were doing pattern matching.
I was, but I'm not pinning because we're running out of time.
Oh, Jenniffer
I would rather
Taylor.
walk you through the steps than go for perfect pattern
You've got
match.
one job.
It's not the bee, you know. I can get away with it. Oh, the news is terrible, isn't it?
Oh, I know.
Absolutely terrible.
Mind you, I did hear rumour of it at our press day. I knew then.
You had inside intel and you didn't share it with us. That's true.
What we're talking about is sewing bees being by the BBC. They got rid of the sewing bee, which nobody can understand because it was so loved. Was it a bit like what was that cake baking one? Great British Bake Off, that one. So popular. But wasn't it the sewing bee?
Well, it's such an inspirational programme and I'm glad that we have the sewing quarter now because
well, exactly. We're the new
well, yeah, because we need something that continues to inspire our young sewers, and I hope that we do this as well as our more established
But that's how your sewing career took off, wasn't it? Because of the sewing bee.
Absolutely. And the reason why I do what I do now is because of people contacting me after the bee to say how much I'd inspired them to pick up a needle and thread and etc. etc. And I thought I've got to do something about this, you know. So I am very, very sad, really, really, really sad that it's gone because it is such an inspirational programme. However, we have the sewing quarter, so it's fine. It's fine.
Somebody's asked about the fabric. This is the fabric using. It's the red brushed cotton. £3.75. Should be £5.75. In my opinion, £3.75. They're all £3.75.5 metre. Whether you go for the red one, the red, blue, green one, or the red and green one. There you go. There they all are over there. At £3.75 for half a metre. Just speak to the call centre, 0800 112 44 33. Perfect PJs, this is.
Perfect PJs.
Oh, somebody's asked to see the pattern again. I'll just show you that very quickly. I'll get the adult one. There you go. This is the adult pattern, which is also available, which is the pattern Jenniffer's using. It goes from a lot, well, small, medium, large and extra large, we're saying, aren't we? The biggest size you'll need 2.5 metres of the fabric. You can make the shorts, you can make the like Bermuda-shaped ones, or you can make the long ones. Really lovely. Now, in there are the adults. No, hang on, is that the adult? Yeah, that's the adult one. That's the adult one there. And then it also comes in a children's one as well, if you want children's. Well, they're two different. The gentleman one, the adult one goes up to 48-inch waist there.
Sorry.
And then this is the kiddies one here. Or do they call it kiddies? Oh, yeah, kids. They do call it kids.
They do call it kids.
What was me being... it's from the Butterick, right? It's from Butterick. Fast and easy Fashion Express 1 hour pattern. £8.25 for the pattern. Right, so you've now sewn the side seams together.
Yes, we have. So now we have a pair of trousers, which is great. They look a bit like Rupert the Bear, don't they?
Yes, they do. I was thinking Vivienne Westwood, but you can go with Rupert the Bear if you like.
The way I go with childhood classic and you go with fashion icon.
Yes,
I love that.
Exactly.
Right, iron and ironing board.
Oh, now the other day, The other day, I have to say, that's your pattern cover
Thank you,
there.
darling.
The other day, I had one of my other guests, Anna, on, and she was doing lots of ironing. And apparently she said when she was on with Natasha, that Natasha did all her ironing. And somebody even emailed in going, John, you're not very good. Natasha does all of Zana's ironing, and you haven't done
You
any
haven't
of
done
it.
anything.
So would you like me to iron it for you? No, it's complicated. You can do it.
Well, it's going to be a little bit complicated on the flat board, but we'll do our best to get through it.
Now, I've got a question from a gentleman called Paul who's watching.
Oh, hello.
He said, is the brushed cotton difficult to iron?
Oh, no, not at all. No, because it's a cotton. You, as far as a hot heat is concerned, it'll be able to handle that.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I don't even think you need to iron it.
No.
So I've just opened out my seam. Obviously, as you would go, you would normally do this as a point of call on every seam that you sew anyway.
Yeah.
But for the process of speed, I've speeded it up. So I don't know if you can see this very quickly here. I've made a little notch in one of my side seams, just there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that on the pattern?
That was. It's on the. If you pass one of the patterns for me, that's perfect.
Oh, a different Paul. That's a second Paul's question.
Love
in the show.
So on your pattern, if I just flatten that out for you.
He says I could do with those comfy pants. What size are you, Paul?
What waist are you? Not what size are you? What's your waist?
No, that's boys go by waist. We don't have dress sizes like you, though, do we, you see?
You can still have a waist. You have a waist.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We go by our waist size.
Yeah.
So if you say what size, like our trousers would be
I'm with you.
like I'm just a 28-inch waist, obviously.
Oh, you'll get into these, and I told
on
you
one
would.
leg. Get well soon, Jenny, Paul says.
Oh, thank you.
And he's loving my shirt. Thank you, Paul.
It's a very good shirt. Okay, so you can see on the pattern here it's saying fold line.
Yes.
Now, that's basically going to be where you would fold your fabric to create your casing for your elastic.
Okay.
So what I did is I made a little notch in there.
Oh, so you put your own notch in.
So I put my notch in. You could have done it with Taylor's tacks if you want, which is where you take a needle and thread and tack through it.
Yeah.
But for speed, I just did that there.
Okay, so that's where we know where to put that
That's so we know what to do. So basically, you're going to fold at that point. And
just put the pattern away.
Press in your casing. Now, I'm doing this by eye, but a good tip, if you get a piece of cardboard and measure out what that distance is, you can pop the cardboard underneath and then just fold back to that line.
Did you not bring your cardboard in with you
I was looking for it. I can't find it.
Is that about 2.5 centimetres then?
If you want to get a tape measure, I can measure it for you.
Oh,
We've got tape measures here today, haven't we?
Yes. There's a retractable one over near you. You could use that one, don't you?
There you go, let's use that. Let's move it out of the way so you can see what I'm doing.
I'll hold that so it isn't on the table.
So from my notch to the edge, it's about 1.5
inches.
Inches.
What's that in centimetres then?
4 centimetres.
4 centimetres. That's a tiny bit.
It's only a tiny bit. So I'm just folding that eye. Well, because of sewing quite a lot, I know that it's just past my knuckle. So I place my knuckle under the fold.
Yes.
And do that. It's like, is it called a tailor's inch?
Oh,
am I just making it up?
I think you might be making something up now.
It's funny how when you do get into practising, though, you do notice little things. So I know, like, my little finger, where the nail is, I know that's about 1 centimetre.
Right.
You just get used to your own body measurements, don't you?
What happens if your body like mine changes every week?
I'm pretty sure your nails don't change.
Well,
or
they grow. My
your
nails
thumb
grow
length.
really... No, my thumb length won't change. But my nails and my hair grow so quickly.
Really?
Yeah, really quickly.
OK, so I've done that now. OK, so again, you might want to pink those edges, or you could tuck them under. Let me move the iron so you can see what I'm doing. So what you could do is tuck under that section like that. So you create a single hem. So then you can see there's no raw edges at all.
Yeah.
Or you could just pink that and sew it flat. But as long as you have a casing, then you're good to go. But the most important thing, make sure you leave a gap, because we need to feed our elastic through later. If you don't leave a gap, you can't do that.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to go whiz it through my sewing machine. And what I'm going to do to help aid me do that, I'm going to take off my, what are we calling this?
Table, I call it.
I call it my gubbins box, because I put everything in there. Can't help it. Do you make up words as well, or is it just me?
Well, what word did you make up?
I call it my gubbin box.
Well, no, it is a gubbin box, but I don't think if you got the catalogue for that lovely L in the machine, it wouldn't say gubbin box on there. So what are you doing now? Where are you stitching now?
So I can feel where the edge of my fabric is. OK, so I'm using that as a guide. If you're a beginner, then what I would suggest you do is, in this case, sew the wrong way, so you can see where you are.
Yeah.
OK, but in reality, if you're going to be professional, then you would do it from the right side up. All right. So it's all about feeling your way. So again, remember to secure the first couple of stitches with a front and back stitch with the reverse button, or you could tie it off. And remember, we're going to leave a gap. That's the most important thing. Make sure you leave a gap. So I'm just going to go around the whole of that waistband now.
Fantastic for beginners, this project, really, isn't it?
It's perfect for beginners, which is why I think it's a nice one to practice things like pattern matching on.
Yeah, exactly. And what you could do is start off with the children's ones.
Yeah.
And make your mistakes on the children's one, then your husband's one, then you make sure yours are perfect. Somebody just asked to see this fabric, Jennifer, if you don't mind me interrupting you.
No, you carry on, you carry on.
Look at this, look at this. Somebody just asked to see this. This is beautiful. I love the tones in there. All three of them are of exquisite quality.
That is my favourite one.
But this is red green. Oh, excuse me, coughing away there. This is red green, but you know what? I'd have called this purple myself, because there's that lovely kind of aubergine purple in between the red and green, isn't there?
I would have said purple too, purple and green.
Yeah, that I'll have a word with the buying department. Red, green, brushed cotton check fabric, £3.75 for half a metre. That is exquisite, beautiful, beautiful. Do you know what you could do? You could get, if there's 3 of you in the family, all of you could have like the different tartan, couldn't you? So which one would you have then if you were making them for you?
Purple.
This one?
Yeah.
You see, I'd have this one as well. Which one would you have, little Paul? It's called red green. It's red green. We call it purple. Oh, little Paul would have the other red one that's on the stand over there. I'll just put this away now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I need Amy to come and put them away properly for me.
Making a mess.
Not making a mess, just doing my job.
Okay. So now you need to get your elastic.
Yes.
Okay, so what I would suggest you do that when you've threaded your elastic through your casing, I would get the person you're making them for, whether that's yourself or family member, whatever, to put them on, and then you can then pull the elastic. So, because I don't like anything tight on my belly when I want it
not
to
with
be.
Mount Huey. No.
It's very true. But I think it's comfort. If we're going to make something comfortable, comfort is everything.
Yes.
So do the measurement and get the right measurement, because you don't want the elastic to be too tight on them. But then again, you don't want it to be too loose either. So I've put a safety pin on the end of my elastic just to help aid going through my casing.
Yeah.
And what I'm also going to do is stick another safety pin at the very end, because the last thing you want to be doing is threading this through and then realise you've threaded the end through the casing, can't get it back out.
Yes.
So I'm going to stick this to just the back seam. Yeah, just stick it to it.
Look, the black elastic there, 3 metres. You get 24 millimetres, just shy of an inch there. £3.45 for 3 metres. Just add it to your basket, because you only pay 1 p&p. No matter how many times you check out, you only pay 1 p&p. It's all consolidated at midnight. Right, now what are the tips then?
So because you've got the large safety pin in there, you can feel it better.
Yes.
So I'm just working my way through it. So obviously we know that we're not going to lose our elastic because we've pinned it to our trousers.
Yes.
So you're just feeding it through, really.
Yeah, you keep feeding that through, because I'm just going to go over here. Could you also put just a drawstring in if you want, instead of elastic?
Yeah, so the one...
I've come to take... I'm messing your whole display up here now. Because you're putting an elastic through there, but I noticed that this one had like a little bow on the front.
Yeah, so with the pattern, it does come with an option with adding a bit of decorative.
Oh, it has got elastic still in it.
It's elasticated, but if you want to just undo that, you pull it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just decoration.
It's just for decoration. But if you did want a drawstring,
yes,
then there's no reason why you couldn't do that. And how I would do is put a little buttonhole in the front of your material, and then so you can pull them from the front.
And you thread your drawstring through like you do there. Yeah, thread the drawstring
through the front. And then with the purple ones, I went off-piste with those and actually put an inseam pocket on.
Oh, did you?
I've got to have a bit of pocket on my PJ.
So... yeah, but what you have to remember is make empty pockets before you go to bed if you're going to wear them as PJs.
Yeah, but it's for like tissues and things, isn't it? But then make sure you check your pockets before you pop it through the wash.
Well, I was just saying, I got these jeans out the tumble dryer, or out the washing machine, and I've washed my hankies inside the pockets.
Oh, no.
We're making gorgeous pyjamas here from the pattern, from the Butterick pattern. It comes in adult size and it comes in children's size. £8.25. What you're seeing there is you're seeing the adult one, so I'll just move that one. And then that's £8.25. Now remember, you can make the shorts, you can make the Bermudas, or you can make the long length there. That's the adult one for £8.25. You can also get the children's one. 0800 112 4433. Oh, I didn't hear you say that. Sorry, Paul. I just heard you wittering away. So there's you can ring the call centre to get the kiddies one. Now the fabric we've used is very, very popular. This is proving to be the most popular, and yet you and I both like the one that's called red green, but it's got a purple finish to it. It's really lovely.
Okay, so I've got my elastic that I've fed through, and I've still got the end of my other elastic nice and safe because I've safety pinned it in. So while we've done that, I'm just going to place this pin just here for the moment while I distribute my gathers.
Oh,
because at the moment you can see it's all concertinaed up in this section, but this section's quite flat. So I'm just going to make sure that I'm distributing those right. We'll just keep going round until you're satisfied.
Hello, Chrissy, my love. She says she's loving the show for beginners.
Aww,
have you bought a pattern, Chrissy? Are you a beginner, Chrissy, or are you more advanced?
Okay. So now I've got my gathers all distributed, my elastic through the casing. I'm taking this is where we need to be careful because we don't really
yes.
into the casing. So I'm taking that off and taking that off. Okay. So now just make sure that you are placing these flat, but make sure that it's flat around.
All the way around.
All the way around.
Yeah, nothing worse, because again, they'd be uncomfortable if you've got a twist
in there. If a twist in there, yeah, that's right. So I'm just going to pin that while I just double check that area. So I can see there's a twist there. Let's untwist.
Thank you for all your lovely messages, and thank you for joining us this Friday morning. I thought it was Monday when I came in this morning because we've been away for a couple. Confused, I thought it was Monday, and then I was on the radio. Vanessa Felt said, "Oh, it's Friday, it's the weekend starting." I was like, "What? Oh, what?"
Okay, so I've just done that now. So what you need to do to secure your elastic, see what I mean about shoom?
Yes, shoom. Is that a technical term? Shoom.
Shoom.
We all know what you mean, though, by it, don't we?
Okay, so I've got my pieces together. So what you need to do with your elastic now, once you've done your fit test, is I like to sew a box in that area to secure that.
Right.
Okay, and I'm going to do that super quick. So I am actually going to pull it away so I can get under the machine. And again,
take away your gubbins box.
Take my gubbin box away.
We've had a lovely message from Jackie. Thank you, Jackie, my lovely. She started... You don't look a day over 40, Jackie. She said she started sewing at the age of 60.
Really? That's amazing. What's she making now?
Oh, Jennifer, wait for this. She started teaching herself to begin with, and then she saw you, and you've inspired her and helped her with all of her sewing.
Really?
And she's what... Thank you so much, Jennifer and the Sewing Quartet. Oh, thank you, Jackie. It's a lovely message.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
This is what I do for you. This is why I do it all for you, definitely. That is that inspires me to do what I do
Don't
every
cry
day.
now. Don't cry.
I'm going to cry. Right, OK, so we have our wonderful pyjama bottoms. So let's put those out like that. Da -da -da -da. And that's it. You're done. So the last thing you need to do now with your PJs is just do your hemming.
They look very long.
They are quite long legs, but on the pattern, if we just bring that in very super quick...
Yeah, just got about 3 minutes left.
That's fine, we can talk that through. You'll notice that you've got your cut here for pattern A, cut here for pattern B, and cut here for pattern C. But here it says to lengthen and shorten, so it's in this area here that you would cut and then bring the pattern up or down,
so, yes.
depending. And I'm quite lanky, so these would be good size for me. So to do your double hem, it's very similar to your casing. I'm just going to do it the wrong way so you can see what I'm doing.
Yes, of course.
So you're going to fold it over once, like so. That's a single hem.
Yeah.
Okay. But then to make a double hem, you would fold over twice. Okay. And once you've done that, it's almost like a French seam, what Jenny's going to be doing in the next hour, where all of the raw edges are enclosed in that seam. So you could either hand stitch that in place or just do a quick top stitch.
You see, I top stitch it because it's going to be going in the washing machine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's it. All done and dusted.
That's fantastic. Now, what I want to do is, lots of you want to see all the fabrics again. So just while you're looking at, this one here is the... There you go. That one there is the red... that one's the red one, isn't it? That's just called red, that one there, I think.
It's very traditional, it's very traditional tartan, I thought.
Yes. OK, so these are the 3 different fabrics here. So which one would you like to start with, little Paul? OK, let's go with this one. This is little Paul's favourite here. It's gorgeous. You've got the red in the background. You've got the blue and the green check there. Really, really lovely. But you know what? It's all about this. It's all about the feeling of it. It's just lovely. That's the red and green. I thought this was the red, green and blue one, this one. This is the red, green and blue one, this one. Yeah, this is red, green and blue. Just a very... It's easy, but if you just explain, if you ring on the call centre, 0800 112 44 33, they'll be able to help you with it. Just say which one. Or, of course, if you're on the web, you can just go down the shopping list and you can see all the pieces there. This is £3.75 for half a metre, and it's the most gorgeous, isn't it?
It's so soft.
It's like it's almost like a fleece, isn't it?
How soft it reminds me of baby clothes. That's how soft it is.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Really gentle on the skin, but breathable because it's cotton. Do you know what I mean? But it's just instant warmth. As soon as you pop them on, instant warmth.
Susie's just messaged in. Hello, Susie.
Hi, Susie.
Oh, all right, OK. Susie's going to make it for a surprise for her daughter. She's at a size 10. Right. How much fabric would she need? You look at that. Have a look at this quickly while we do that. This is this is lovely. Now, I'd call this one purple. They call this the red and the green, but it's got that fabulous purple backing to it. Really, this is our favourite. This is a really, really lovely one, our favourite one. That one, again, same price, £3.75 for half a metre. And then last but not least, the one that Jennifer's been using, which is very, very popular, which is the very traditional, almost tartan, the red and black tartan there. Most popular one we've had so far. Don't go anywhere. We're about to finish this show. Jennifer Mills is up making a really lovely camisole. But Susie's message. Oh, yeah, how much for Susie?
So I'm basing a size 10 on a sort of 24 waist. So I would go with pattern size 10 to 12, which would be the children's one, not the adults. So it's the children's pattern.
And how much fabric?
So fabric-wise, super quick, 10. For the long trousers, 1.5 metres.
There you go, Susie. 1.5 metres, the absolute most. Thank you ever so much. That was brilliant. Thank you very much. Now you're back in an hour with...
No pattern capes.
Oh, don't miss that. It's fantastic. We've got a lovely no pattern cape, but also we've got patterns as well if you want a pattern one as well. Thank you so much. Fantastic. 1 hour pattern there. Don't go anywhere. 3 minutes. Lovely little top.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects. Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! Join us this weekend where we'll be featuring classic pre-cuts from the Cape Facet Collective at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Sewing Quarter are delighted to announce that the highly respected sewing and quilt designer Mandy Shaw of Dandelion Designs will be joining us on Saturday the 25th of February for her debut show. Mandy will be showing us her latest famous spoolie doll, as well as a range of inspirational kits and patterns. So join us at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the 25th of February for a Saturday special with Mandy Shaw. I know. Mandy Shaw at the weekend. That's exciting, isn't it? Now, I've got something just as exciting. Now, new guest to me. I've not met Jenniffer before. This is another Jenniffer. Obviously, that was Jenniffer Taylor earlier. Jenniffer Mills now. We're going to be making this really, really cute little camisole top. So no pattern, again, a no pattern design, but we're going to take you, Jenniffer's going to take you through all the stages to create this really lovely summery top. How fabulous. Well, first of all, how fabulous is that? But how gorgeous are the fabrics that we're using? Aren't they just exquisite? I'm going to take you through them very quickly before we meet Jenniffer. I don't know where to start. They're all just so exquisite, aren't they? They are Joel Dewberry. You know Joel Dewberry, the famous fabric designer who works alongside Free Spirit and also other fabrics he does of his own. They're exquisite. They're absolutely beautiful. They're kind of got a period feel, but with a contemporary twist, haven't they? Right, this one here, that's the tulip in... It's a bit confusing because it's called tulip in poppy, right? I think what it means is it's the tulip design, but it's poppy red. But in fact, it's not a poppy red because in here, you've got really, really lovely, rich colours in there. You've got that mustardy colour there and next to like what I'd call a cerise or a cyclamen. And then down here, well, that's more of a deep cyclamen there, isn't it? Just really, really lovely. £6. And 95 pence for half a metre. Remember, we sell our fabrics in half-metre increments. So that one there is the Joel Dewberry tulip, but in poppy. If this is all, if I'm confusing you too much, if you go on the web and you just scroll down the page, you'll see all these fabrics in a second. Then the one that Jenniffer's going to use today is this really, really lovely print. It's a herringbone, right? It's a herringbone, but it's kind of a hand-drawn herringbone, isn't it? It's kind of an, you know, you can actually see it looks 3D, doesn't it? It actually looks 3D, doesn't it? Now, again, this has got like a flame pinky red colour to it. That's also poppy though as well. See, that one's also poppy, so it matches in beautifully, all tones in beautifully with the tulip fabric next to it. So these are the fabrics you'll see, the one that Jenniffer's already made and the one we're going to make today. But then look at these. Look at these. We love, love, love these fabrics. We're going to start here. Now, it's like I was saying a minute ago, it's like a period, a vintage fabric, isn't it? But with like a modern twist. The colours are gorgeous. That's called the Grace fabric in mint. It's from the Atrium range. You can have a look at it. The Atrium range, there's lots of different fabrics in there, but this one is called the Grace fabric in mint, and mint is meaning obviously the colour going around here. But you've got that love. We'll get them all out for you in a minute and show you around the whole piece of fabric. But it's got, I mean, we're making a little top in them. How gorgeous would that be in a skirt, in a summer skirt, pleated or gathered skirt? That would look beautiful, wouldn't it? And then last but not least, now this is very, very geometric, very, very contemporary, but again using the same colourways that match so beautifully with that one. Again, you could use this for so many different things. Again, that would look lovely in a skirt or a summer dress or a sheath dress. That would look nice. This is Arbor fabric, again in the mint, so this is the mint colour here, from the Atrium range, £6 and 95 pence for half a metre. So less of me, let's go and find out how we make that cute little camisole top. Hello, Jenniffer. It's our first time together, isn't it? Oh, how are you? And you. So, you're going to make that with no pattern.
Yes.
And you're going to show us in the next hour how to do it.
I am.
How'd you start?
Well, it's bias cut.
Right.
And I really like the way woven fabric drapes when it's bias cut, because straight grain conventionally, like with your shirt, goes down the body, but we're using the 45-degree angle. And it's almost making woven fabric behave a little bit like jersey. Right, so
it's got a stretch in it.
Yes, yeah, and we can demonstrate that. So that's the warp.
Let's just show that to the camera there. So that's the warp because it goes up. The weft goes to the left and the warp goes up. Yeah. That's how we have to remember it. So that's straight of grain there, isn't it?
Yes. And that's the weft.
Yeah.
And then if we look at the 45-degree angle...
There you go. There it is. I've got
quite a lot of stretching it.
Now, if you wanted to, could you make this top on the straight of grain if you wanted to? Have you just put it on the bias?
I don't think it would work with the measurements I've come up with.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just a question because some people...
It gives it a really nice characteristic and a drape.
Well, no, because when you do a cowl neck, you do that. Oh, a bit like that. Yeah. If it's not a jersey, then you'd cut that on the bias, wouldn't you, to give it that lovely foldability?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be quiet and I'll let you explain.
I'm going to make a little one. I managed to get that one just out of a metre. It was a real squeeze. And if you look, I haven't pattern matched on the side seams, which I would have loved to have done.
And what size would that fit then?
That is, I think I made that too. Let's have a look. 90 centimetres, which is 35.5-inch bust.
Bust.
Yes.
So if you're that size, a metre, but if any more than that, you'd need to buy a metre and a half.
Actually, more than a metre for that, because I think pattern matching would have really given it a lovely...
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to pattern match this.
Okay, then. What we're doing here is we're going to make a child's version today out of this fabric,
exactly
aren't we?
the same principles, but smaller.
So let's just go back. So for that one over there, if you pattern matched, how much fabric would you buy for that, do you reckon?
Definitely at least a metre.
At least a metre for that size, but a metre and a half if you're any...
And if it's longer as well, which I think it would look really nice as a tunic length.
Well, as it's no pattern, you could even carry that one on the way down and make a lovely summer shift out of it, couldn't you? But for that top, a metre and a half in that size. Okay, right.
Okay, so I've based this on 64 centimetres chest.
Right.
And it's important to... So I am pattern cutting. I'm using pattern cutting principles, but I'm chalking it straight onto the fabric.
No, that's fine, that's fine. You don't have to buy a pattern, do you?
No. And so it's important to consider ease.
Can I ask you a question before you go any further? How did you find the true bias on the fabric? Because how do you know where to fold it?
So these set squares are so useful. I've folded it over so that there's a 90-degree angle here. And therefore that means we've got the 45 degrees going down the body.
So that's diagonally across the fabric?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I just need to ask you how you find...
bias cutting can get confusing, even for people who've done it a lot. And so I made some little...
Let's have a look at those.
They clarify things, and you can move them around. I find little mini versions of patterns can be really helpful.
So the warp is, this line here would normally be, so that basically you put that pattern, if you were to use a pattern, that would be your straighter grain up and down on the warp there, and that's your weft going across.
Yeah, ordinarily you would just place that, and the selvage would be here.
Yes.
But we're going to shift it
to
a 45-degree angle.
Well, brilliant idea, I've never even thought of that.
These are just really handy, because it enables you to check whilst you're marking out and cutting.
Because even as an experienced... Do you call yourself a dressmaker, a sewist? What do you call yourself?
Designer, pattern cutter, maker.
Okay.
Very wordy.
No, because I trained in pattern cutting as well, you see. But it's even experience, it's always worth it checking, no matter how experienced you are, to have things like this, because even the most experienced people can just start chopping away and then think, don't be thinking, it's a good tip to always have something like that around.
It's really handy. It fits with the measure twice, cut once idea.
Yes.
And you don't want to buy beautiful fabric and then lose a whole, because it uses more fabric to bias cutting.
Yes, exactly.
So you don't want to lose a whole portion. And also, from the point of view of pattern matching, I've done a quick sketch of this sort of print.
Herringbone print.
So that I know when this is cut out. I wanted to have an idea of when the side seams go together, what they would look like.
Yes. Because it's going to look like a chevron at the side.
So we'll treat that as an example of what not to do in terms of side seams, because I didn't have more fabric to play with. But it really gives it that lovely finish if you pattern match at the side.
Okay, so you folded your fabric up the bias.
Yes. So we know, and the set square is so handy to have whilst you're doing this, because you can just double check. Now that went all the way down there and along.
Yes, of course,
But I used that for the bias binding that I was cutting. So
the fabric is Joel Dewberry, by the way, herringbone, Joel Dewberry herringbone fabric. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful to work with as well, isn't it?
Really, really lovely. Yeah.
Graphic designer by trade. Anyway, let's do the pattern.
So it's important to consider ease. So taking the body measurements and writing them down for whoever it's for, chest or bust, waist, and then however long it's going to be. So if it went down to hip length, the widest point, it's very important not to just take the chest and then treat it like a rectangle. Because we're going to be starting with a rectangle and then adding some curve to it. I slightly curved those side seams so that it wasn't very rectangular. So I've taken the body measurement and then I've added 8 centimetres.
Okay, is there a proportion, if you're doing ease, of how much you should add? So you've added 8 centimetres because it's a child's one, but if it was a grown-up one...
That's got the same amount of ease.
So they've got the same amount of ease.
And I find it really useful to describe ease as if you wear something and then pinch out the side seams.
Oh, I can very rarely do that on my clothes these days. So this is the ease then on this?
Yes. So if you were to pinch that out like that, and then look at how much we've got. That's probably 2.5 and 2.5.
Yeah.
So I would say that's got 5, and then on the other side, so that's probably got 10 centimetres each.
Oh, okay.
So you pinch it and you look at the distance from there to the edge.
Yeah.
2.5, and then there'll be another 2.5 on the back.
So the ease doesn't alter really with the size of the dress you're making.
If you wanted it to be more roomy,
yes,
like really floaty.
Yeah.
Yes.
But if you're just making it every day. See, just little tips like that,
yeah.
You see. I would always, in my brain, always think, need to add, and I'd always add more for me. I'd always add even more than I would do for you, do you know what I mean? But anyway, so say this again. So the size chest of this one, you've added another 8 centimetres on. Right.
So I've added, and I always work on measurements first, and then I add seam allowances right at the very end.
Okay.
But if you know pattern cutting, you know that's kind
yes.
of what you do. And it seems really logical. So I've gone for... I won't spend too much time going over and over the measurements. But so you want your body measurements plus ease and then seam allowance.
Right.
And so I've chalked, I don't know whether it's terribly clear, but I will redo it. So I'm going to go to there. So it's the body measurement, the total body measurement plus ease, and then divide it by 4, because we were dealing with quarter bodies.
Of course, yes.
So there'd be front half, so right, left, and then the same at the back.
But you only need to worry about the seam allowance at the side seams because there's no centre back and no centre front seam in this one.
And I'm going to do French seams.
Oh, OK.
So you need to think about what sort of seam allowance you add, because if you only add a little bit and then you take more when you sew it, you've altered the fit.
Yes.
So I'm going to add 1.5.
Do you always work in centimetres then?
I do, yeah. But I can describe things in
inches.
No.
Centimetres is good. Centimetres is good.
And then if we use... No, I'll use the tape measure. So that's to 17.5 for the chest. But I wanted it to have a little flare.
Yeah.
And not be completely, like that one, not be completely rectangular. So I've gone to 21 down there. And then... It's not really long enough.
No, if you've got one of our long rulers, which we're sold out of at the moment, but we are getting more in.
Yeah.
I'll just use your tape measure. The fabric Jennifer's using here is the Dewberry herringbone in poppy from the Flora range, £6.95 for half a metre. Really, really good quality, lovely cotton.
So that would be the body of it. And then, thinking about this bit across here.
Yeah.
I've gone up from that line. So set square from the fold, along like so. And I've gone up by 8 centimetres.
Now, if anybody needs any of these measurements, they can ring the call centre and you can pass all these measurements on to them afterwards,
Certainly.
can't you?
Yes. So we've got a rectangle on a rectangle there.
Yeah.
And the great thing about these is you can just move them around when you're pattern cutting or drafting straight onto fabric.
Yes.
And you've got all the angles as well. You've got your 45-degree angle there as well. So you could check, not that you need to, because I checked it with a 90, but if you wanted to double check, you could place that along there and you've got 45, and then the straight line running down the selvage.
OK, the template, if you want that, is the So Easy Patchwork Square template, 25 by 25 centimetres, £13.95. Making your life a lot easier. All the experts we've had have bought that one and the long one as well as their starter kit. So we've got the rectangle of the body, and then we've got the rectangle which coming up from there, up.
Yes, and you could make that higher if you want to.
Yep.
It ruches in really nicely, and again, that's part of the movement of the bias cutting of the fabric. But then I'm going to join one to the other with a curve.
So is that an arm? Are you creating an armhole there?
I am.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that's our seam allowance.
Right.
This is a bound edge. I'm going to do this by eye.
Yes.
Because
but you're just adding a little seam allowance on there.
Yes. So we're going to attach bias binding.
How much seam allowance as a dressmaker would you use? On anything, because I noticed you've just done that one there looks a bit wider than those two on there.
Yes, this is a bound edge. So I'll just show you the binding using this wonderful gadget. It comes out that that's 0.5.
Oh yes, we'll make the bias binding.
So I wanted to put raw edge to raw edge, therefore.
So you've done a smaller.
I have. So
because
half
I
a
always
centimetre.
use 5/8 of an inch everywhere, and then chop it off later. But anyway, I'll let you carry on.
It's always good to hear how other people work.
It's because I'm old, apparently. Old and old school, apparently. Right. So.
Right. I kind of need
do you want me to spin it around for you?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you.
There you go.
Lovely.
So we're just cutting out the front of the camisole top that we're seeing there. That's on the bias. You carry on cutting. That's
I should explain
yes.
also, when you flare something out, if that was a 90-degree straight line there, you'd have a rather unsightly point at the side seam.
Yes, like a handkerchief.
So where something flares that way, it needs to curve that way.
Backwards, right. Now, at the bottom...
That's why, again, that's useful. So you can put things together and see how the lines flow.
At the bottom there, you haven't added any seam allowance, you're just going on...
I haven't for this, because
yes.
I want to focus on the skills. But if you were making it for a little girl, you'd bear in mind the length that it's going to be.
Yes.
And the hem allowance as well. But I want to get as much done as I can.
Okay, so let's just have a look. Are you all right there?
Yes.
So we're making a a little camisole top here, out of the Joel Dewberry. This is the herringbone fabric in the poppy from the... I'll just put the graphics in for you there so you can have a look. The thing is, you don't have to make this little top out of it. You can make so many other things out of it. There it is. It's £6.95 for half a metre. It's a Joel Dewberry herringbone in poppy from the Flora range. The others are from the Atrium range. This one's from the Flora range at £6.95 for half a metre.
Right. So then we use that whole piece and we place it on the fabric. And this is where these come in really handy.
Yes. Someone else has just messaged in saying how much do we need for how much fabric do we need? We're basically saying for the grown-up one over there, we used about, if you were going to match your side seams, because it's on the bias, about 1.5 meters. Did you say for that one? And then obviously for the child's one, depends on what size you're going for. So now what are you doing? So you're doing. This is why cutting on the bias uses so much fabric, doesn't it? Because if you look at this pattern here, you can see how you have to put the pattern there. I'll show you this one first. This is the front. We've already cut, and now what we're doing, because the back is identical, we can now flip the fabric over, which you'd normally do on the fold on a normal fabric, because this is on the bias, you've just flipped it over, but we're also matching the side seams there.
And they're going to be placed like that.
I'll just bring that into shot there,
okay,
sorry.
Sure.
They're going to be... sorry.
They're going to be placed like that. So weft, weft, warp, warp. So that one was there.
Yes.
This one is going to be here. And we're going to lie the lines of the fabric over the top of each other.
Perfect. While you do that, somebody's just asked about the tulip fabric over on the stand there. That is also by Joel Dewberry. You see, and look, isn't it lovely? It's the tulip in poppy from Flora. That's from the Flora range as well. £6.95. Now, obviously on the fabric, it looks like the tulips are going up and down because this top is cut on the bias. They're going diagonally across, which makes it look a completely different pattern, doesn't it?
It does. Yes, that's one of the things I really like about bias cutting. Not just the fit. But it, like you said, it gives the print
another life, a new life, exactly. Mind you, you wouldn't be able to do it with mine. You see, if you used mine, it would look a bit odd on the bias, mine, I suppose. But anyway, so we're just cutting out an exact replica of the front now.
And because it's firm cotton...
Fern cotton? I know fern cotton. Because it's firm cotton, yes. Firm cotton.
And because I want to show as many skills as possible, I'm not pinning.
Okay.
I'm weighting it with that. And also that it kind of one sticks to the other quite nicely.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's because the quality of the cotton is so brilliant. Now, in real life, would you have washed this fabric before...
For a garment,
you cut it? Yes, yeah.
Yeah, for an item of clothing, because That would be really awful to think, I love the fit of this, and then wash it and think,
exactly.
I don't love the fit of
but
this
also
anymore.
it's good to get rid of all the dressing and everything like that, because we will say, wherever this fabric has come from, it's been in a warehouse, it could have been on an aeroplane or a ship or anything being transported over and things. It's just nice to get it, apart from the shrinkage, but just to get it nice and clean and everything like that to start with your whole project with. This is the herringbone. This is the herringbone, Joel Dewberry herringbone fabric in poppy, £6.95. For half a metre increments. Gorgeous, such good quality. Now, you know that Joel Dewberry, famous designer, works in collaboration with an awful lot of people and also designs his own fabrics as well. This is a really, really lovely, beautiful contemporary take on a herringbone print, isn't it? And the colour itself, it's called poppy, but it's kind of, well, it is like a poppy, but it's got a pink hue to it as well.
I'm going to do French seams down the side because I love French seams.
Okay, is that next then? Is that what you do next?
Yes, it is.
Right, let me
and French seams, ordinarily, if you were to sew a seam and overlock it or neaten it, possibly with zigzag, you would put right sides together.
Yes.
French seams, you begin wrong sides together.
Which is always a bit of a, you start worrying, don't you, when you put wrong sides together?
It seems so different. Because you think, oh, the seam's going to be on the outside. But it isn't.
So the whole point, what I might do is while you're pinning that, we'll look at the fabric, so I'll also go and get that off so we can show what to fit. Don't do anything without me. Don't sew anything without me. Just pin it, but don't sew anything.
Okay.
I'm just going to show you the different fabrics here. Very quickly, we've got... Oh, the ones we haven't seen, just want to see these two first. Okay, then. This... They're all £6.95 for half a metre. Isn't that the most gorgeous print? Isn't it the most beautiful print there? This is called the Grace fabric in mint, and it's from the Atrium range, which I was talking about. The colours are beautiful, aren't they? They're kind of a muted vibrancy to them, haven't they? A really, really... But I love the print. It's so traditional. And you know what? If I was styling somebody, I'd make a skirt out of that, a summer skirt or a really lovely sheath dress out of that. £6.95 for half a metre. Really, really lovely colours there. And then have a look at... I've got thread in my mouth, sorry. The Joel Dewberry Grace fabric. For half a metre at £6.95. Isn't that beautiful? Right, let me move on to the other one then as well. This is the geometric one. Really, really lovely geometric one. There we go. It's the Joel Dewberry Arbor fabric in mint from the Atrium range. Again, look at the gorgeous prints there and the fabulous colours. Again, use it for so many different things. Now, that'd be interesting, because if you did this top on the bias on that, your pattern wouldn't look actually, you know what I mean? It's all sort of just like a stained glass window at £6.95 for half a metre. Really, really, really gorgeous, isn't it? The quality is out of this world. You know Joel Dewberry, he always brings you the most fabulous design, because he started off, you see, as a graphic designer. That's his main job. And also, he works, I'll just show you the side here, he works in collaboration with Free Spirit. Now, you know Free Spirit only work with the top designers. This one is in collaboration with Free Spirit. There it is. Really, really gorgeous, gorgeous quality. Right, okay, let's go back to, I'm going to take this off. Oh, easy, tiger. And then I'm going to show you the French seam. Sorry, that's a little bad telly there with my back to you. Look, this is a French seam. What we're doing is it's all the seams are encompassed inside the seam there. This is the tulip. The tulip in poppy range from the floor range. Those colours, now these colours are vibrant. They're very, very vibrant. So, show us how to do a French seam.
So, placing the fabric wrong sides together, I'm going to sew half a centimetre or just less than 1/8 of an inch? No, 1/4 of an inch.
Yes.
It's half a centimetre.
Yeah.
Had to think about that.
Yeah.
So used to being metric. Okay.
All right. So you're just doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance on here, which is, what do we say, 1/2 centimetre. Now that fabric you're seeing there, that's not the tulip fabric, that's the herringbone fabric there. Also in poppy in the Flora range. So if you wanted to mix and match the two, you could do. They'd be beautiful, wouldn't they? So we're just, what Jenniffer's doing, she's just literally, we're going to do a French seam. She's sewing wrong sides together, 1/4 inch seam allowance going down the side of the two side panels, the side seams of the camisole top. So what we're creating is this. So when it's finished, it looks like a normal seam.
I think they add a really nice finish to clothes.
This is the tulip in poppy, this one that you're seeing here. But the inside is going to be like that. So it's all the raw edges and everything are all ensconced inside the seam. Nice. I love that fabric. Okay. So we've sewn the fabric two wrong sides together.
Yes. And then comes the ensconcing. And I think this is the pressing stage, actually. I think we should press to get a really nice finish.
Okay,
in fact, if you press...
I've got it. There you go. And I'll take the bias binding maker, because we are going to be using the bias binding maker in a second.
We are, yes.
But we don't need that for this, so we'll carry on with the French seam and then we'll do that.
Yeah. So it makes it a lot easier to sew the second stage. And this is a very tiny seam allowance. If anybody's watching and they're not a competent sewer and they think to do 0.5 is too challenging.
But a lot of our viewers are patchworkers, and patchworkers use that smalls. Yeah.
We've
also got a mini iron on our website that you can use. So if the big iron's too big for you, or too for such a little seam like that, then obviously get yourself a lovely little mini iron.
At the sewing stage, that can sort of feel very close to the edge.
Yes.
So you can take more of a seam allowance and then trim it down.
Of course, yes. So we're just pressing open that final seam there. The fabric is gorgeous, isn't it? Jewelry herringbone in poppy from the Flora range. It's just the most geometric, lovely fabric, isn't it? What else would you make? Let me know what else you would make out of this, because obviously we're making the camisole top, but you let us know what you're making out of it. You can get in touch on the web chat. If you go to do you need to go back to the iron? Sorry. You go onto the web chat there. You go to the website. You click on Watch Now. You scroll down the page, and then you just write a message there. That one says say hello. This is the web chat. Or, of course, you can email us, studio@sewingquarter.com. Studio@sewingquarter.com. Now, remember we got, there you go, you see, there's all the fabrics all listed there. The tartans from the last show as well, that's the one we just showed you there. The tartans from the last show there and everything. So if you were confused, but there's that lovely one we just said there, the Joel Dewberry tulip in poppy colour. All there, all you need to do is click on it. Now, remember, if you're buying fabric, it's when it says the quantity is 1.5 meters. Right, so what are you doing?
I'm sewing 1 centimetre from that. You see how that's right on the edge now? From the pressing, that makes such a difference to the next stage. And then, without any pins, I'm just going to hold the fabric and sew from top to bottom 1 centimetre from the edge. And this stage is enclosing all of the raw edges.
Yes. So that's you'll see the wrong side of the fabric there, obviously, of the Joel Dewberry herringbone in poppy from Flora. And what Jenniffer's doing is she's just creating this section, the bit that goes inside, where you're kind of encasing all the raw edges inside. So she's actually stitching that line of stitching at the moment there, so that all of the edges are all inside that seam allowance, which is fantastic for wear and tear, because throw it in and out the washing machine as often as you like, all the raw edges aren't going to get affected because they're all totally ensconced inside that seam.
I think it adds a different quality to something as well. So, we've got that nice chevron.
Oh, perfect. Matching at the seams, yeah?
On both sides.
Lovely. I'll just show them on the camera, look. So you've got perfect seam, because it's on the bias, the chevrons are going, so you're carrying on with the really lovely herringbone print, but then you've got the chevron down the side seam as well. Okay, Carol and Vicky, thank you very much for your messages. Thanks for getting in touch. Right, so the next stage is to bias bind the armhole,
yes,
isn't it?
And for the armholes, I've done narrow binding.
Yeah.
We've got 2 binding makers. And this one is cut 2.5 centimetres wide.
Just show you there. That's the narrow binding that we've got around the neck, which around the armhole, which we're doing first, and then that's the wider binding around the neckline there. So we're just going to show. You've already made some, but we're just going to show how you would make. So that narrower one is what millimetre is it, Paul? No. Yep.
12.
12 millimetre. This is the 12 millimetre one we're using. Yeah.
Yep. So I've cut.
So you've cut a bias strip.
I have. Yes, with a point on the end, which makes it easier to feed in, like that.
This is a 12 millimetre one, Paul, yeah.
And then when it appears at the other end, you can just pull it like that. And then holding that and pulling that gently.
Now, you have to have a bias binding maker. Everyone has to have a bias binding maker in their kit, really, because when I learnt how to do it, you did this all by hand. We didn't have bias binding makers at all. But what you're doing is you're creating, we'll show you what you're creating now, is this. So it's the bias binding. So I'll just do that. So it's an instant bias binding. So you've got the tape is on the bias, and then the 2 edges are already folded in. So you've got, if you go to a shop and buy bias binding, that's what it looks like. But this is just creating it. And because you've got the bias binding maker, all you need to do is, as you pull one hand, as you can see Jennifer there, you pull one hand and follow it with the iron on the other hand, and then you can just create the most gorgeous bias binding. This is the 12 millimetre one for £10.95. The next bias binding we're going to be using is the 25 millimetre one. So now, how do you attach it?
Well, I added a 0.5 centimetre seam allowance around the edge here. That, if anybody spots that and thinks, oh, that's going to be in the design, it isn't by the time that's bound.
Of course, the selvage,
Yeah. And seam allowances go towards the back, so I'm going to pin that just so we've got some continuity.
Okay.
I know it's a symmetrical design.
Yeah, at the moment they're both back and front,
on
aren't
the
they?
principle of it. I need them to both go the way they should. And then I always have a little bit more than I need. I'd rather have more and trim some off than not have enough.
So do you pin your bias binding, or do you just stitch it by eye?
No, I don't.
Well, no, only because if you pin it, it's sometimes, especially on a tiny one like that, it can move quite a lot, can't it? So it's better to ease it round.
Yes. So we're going to apply a slight bit of tension to this, because that means that when it turns in, it looks the perfect fit.
What we've done is you buy the bias binding maker for the job that it's doing. So we've got narrow bias binding for around the armhole, because you wouldn't want the big clumpy bias binding going round underneath your arm. But then we use the 25 millimetre one, which is the one that's in Envision. The graphics are in, but that's the 25 millimetre, thank you. There we go. So you can see the size, that's the inch. 25 millimetre makes the inch tape. So what you do is you cut twice the amount that you need. So 25 millimetre, the strip that you cut before you put it through is 50 millimetres, 5 centimetres across there, because your finished tape is going to be 25 millimetres. And the same with this one, which was 12, you'd cut your piece at 24, 25 millimetres. So when it comes out at the other end, it's at 12 millimetre bias binding. The size of the bias binding maker is always your final size of your finished piece. So let's go back. So we're just stitching 2 of them round the edge using the 0.5 centimetre, no.
12 millimetre?
No, the seam allowance.
Oh, sorry, yes.
0.5 centimetre.
Seam allowance, yes. And giving a little bit of tension on that, especially on curves. The more curved, like if you did a neckline and it had a steep curve, the more tension, but not stretching.
Yes, I was going to say, you don't want to stretch it because it'll end up being fluted, won't it?
Yes, it would. So just a little bit. I'm pulling that a little bit. I'm just taking it steady round the corner.
Yep. Remember, this hour is all about the Dewberry fabric. It's really gorgeous. We're using the herringbone there, and we've used the tulip print here, and I'll take you through the other 2 in a second. Really, really, the quality is fabulous, but imagine that as a summertime. Really, really beautiful. Oh, hang on, that's the herringbone one that you're looking at the moment there. I'm jumping ahead of myself there. That's the herringbone fabric you're seeing there.
And then I would press that to the wrong side.
Oh, press, ironing board. Oop, go. Yeah, I was just saying I was just showing that fabric. That was what I put. Well, just see this first of all. The bias binding going round the armhole.
So I'm rolling it with, it's probably not even a millimetre, just to the wrong side.
Yeah, mind your fingers there.
Yeah.
So that fabric you're seeing there is the herringbone fabric. A lot of you are asking about this. This is the tulip. This is the tulip fabric, this one. Joel Dewberry, tulip in poppy from Flora. I mean, look at the colours. The colours he uses, the Joel Dewberry, always is in conjunction with Free Spirit making this. And you know that Free Spirit fabrics, the quality is amazing. And then the colours they use, they're so fresh and bright and beautiful, aren't they? Obviously cut on the bias, the actual fabric, the tulips, if you're thinking about it, the tulips actually go that way on the fabric, but this top is on the bias. £6.95 for half a metre. Mm-hmm. So we're just pressing the armhole bias binding around the hat thing.
Should I just sew one rather
yes,
than
just
doing two?
sew one, and then I've got people asking about the blue fabric, the mint fabric, so I'll go back over and show them the mint fabric in a second. So you just top stitch around?
Yes, with the binding side facing me.
Yes.
Because then you can get that same...
Exactly. Do you move your needle or do you leave your needle in the middle?
I'm going to leave it in the middle.
No, yeah, that's fine, because we have lots of different experts, and different experts do different things. So.
Yes. And I love that. Working with other creative people.
Exactly. But I was also sharing with...
That happened the other day.
You lost your needle. All right, while you're threading the machine, I'll go back to the blue fabric, the mint fabrics over here, because everybody loves this. We should call this one the Little Paul fabric. He adores this one. It's got a kind of a period feel to it, a vintage feel to it, doesn't it? But with a contemporary twist, using that contemporary colours within the vintage design. £6.95 for half a metre. I just think it is stunning. What would you make out of this? Can you imagine? I'm just going to move it around. Can you imagine that pleated or knife pleated or gathered up? How beautiful that's going to look, all draped. I just think the fabric is lovely. It's heavy enough to make a skirt, but do you know what? That would make the most exquisite cushions as well. A lovely, lovely conservatory cushion. Wouldn't that look lovely on wickerwork furniture, or even on a contrasting coloured sofa? That's going to look stunning, isn't it? So that is the mint, the Grace fabric in mint. But then the geometric. Now this one. Now remember the other day, Chrissy said she was going to make me a shirt out of the panda fabric. Chrissy, I'm quite liking this one as well. This would look nice, wouldn't it? That would look nice, wouldn't it, as a shirt? That's the Arbor fabric in mint. Well, if you think it's a bit full on, now have a look. It looks a bit like, I was just saying, it looks like a stained glass window, doesn't it? Almost the perspective and the colour. Loving that fresh mint colour at £6.95. I just think that's lovely. Oh, I'm going to take it with me. Am I? Right. So, we've done the two armholes. Well, they're armholes, but... Oh, you don't want that's fine.
Yes.
So you've just top-stitched around.
Yes, and a steam press would improve that.
Yes.
We don't want it to look ruckled at all.
So now, people are going to be asking, what happens at the end? I'll just bring it into the centre there, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's your bias binding going round the armhole there. But then we've got the raw edges sticking out the end here.
Yes, so that would be trimmed off.
Oh, there you go. Chopped off.
In line with that front or
Yes.
back neck edge. And that one too.
Okay.
And then our wider binding.
Yes, which we've made with the 25mm bias binding maker here. Let me move that out of the way for you.
So we need some of that measures...
Oh, you've got the 3 metre tape measure there. So the cumbersome, isn't it?
Yeah, so I would cut 24 for this particular one, so that we've got plenty again.
So that is for this front piece here, isn't it? Let me just show
and
that.
I did it wide so that you could thread ribbon through there.
Yes.
And the ruches that it develops are much more attractive, I think, than having a really narrow one.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course, because it gives those... and especially with it being on the bias, it's going to give you a lot more fold in there. So do we attach that in exactly the same way that we do
sides together and then folded over and then top stitched down.
We've got plenty of time, so don't worry.
Keeping the ends open so that it's a casing.
Oh, yes, of course.
And this is... So the ribbon that goes through here is actually movable throughout both sides.
Oh, so they're not fixed
so you can
straps,
adjust
of course.
It could be more ruched.
Okay.
Or
yes,
less.
depending how you want to wear it.
Yeah.
You could, so the more summery day, the more ruche you could make it, couldn't
Yes.
you? So hang on. So we've done the armhole here. We've only done
Yes.
one of those. Can you show us how to attach that binding at the front and the back there? I know you haven't done the other armhole yet, but just pretend you have done the other armhole.
Yeah. So we need to cut. Is that going to be
Is that
suitable?
going to be long enough?
No.
No. Okay. So we can go through the whole
We
thing.
just cut
So
another one, can't we?
yes.
I cut that 4.5.
Okay.
So we need one 4.5 by 24.
Okay. So you know that that's on the bias because we've already cut on that bias before, haven't we?
Yes. So chalk, set square. But this is an imperial one, so I'm going to use the tape measure and I'm going to go and put a mark at 4.5.
You know what? You're getting designer fabric here. Joel Dewberry, designer fabric. £6.95 for half a metre. I have to say, before the channel opened, little Paul, Hannah and I all went shopping around fabric shops in Birmingham. And the prices you can pay for non-designer fabric and the quality is so good. That's that lovely camisole top that we're making at the moment. That's it in the tulip fabric that you're seeing there. The Joel Dewberry Tulip in Poppy on Flora range. On the Flora range. Remember, he's in collaboration with Free Spirit here, and if you just have to go and look at the Free Spirit fabrics, they work with some huge designers and really, really lovely, really good quality cottons and everything. A lot of you are asking about this geometric one, which I just happen to have here. While you're chopping that out, I'll just show this. Oh, now, yeah, the iron's there. I can see the iron. I know the iron's hot. Honestly, they think I hadn't worked in this industry for years. I love this. I love this. Arbor fabric in mint from the Atrium range. Now, Sonia's messaged in. Hello, Sonia, my love. Would you recommend French seaming in all dressmaking?
No.
No, Sonia, that's your answer.
Heavyweight fabric, it's too weighty. But for chiffon, perfect. Lightweight cotton, lovely. This weight of cotton, absolutely ideal.
Yes.
Yeah.
We used to use, when I used to make dance costumes, we used to use an awful lot of French seams in the chiffon overlays on tutus and things like that because of the...
Yeah.
Where did I make dance costumes? Well, I started at the Festival Ballet, then I went to the Royal Ballet, and then, of course, West End shows. But enough of me, let's make some bias binding.
So the same technique as before.
That's the 25mm bias binding maker we've got there. Just makes your life so much easier. Because I'll explain, right, when Jennifer's done this with the machine, I'll show you how it saves you so much time.
I've also found that if you have the sole plate of the iron really close to the edge where it's actually coming out,
yes,
it makes for a much nicer binding. Because that's precision, isn't it?
Yes,
where the
exactly.
fabric's coming out of the...
So you see how much, if you had lots of, imagine, I mean, on this one, we only have tiny, tiny amounts of bias binding. But imagine if you're doing a huge, long bias binding. This is what we used to have to do very quickly, right? Just don't take up too much time. You'd cut your bias fabric like that. You'd then have to iron it completely in half, like this. Now, I've only got, a couple of inches here, but imagine if you've got metres and metres and metres. Then what you have to do is you had to then turn that edge in and press all of that edge in, and then the same on that side. So imagine how much time you're saving just with that little gadget. 25, that's a 25mm one there for £11.95.
Worth bearing in mind also that this one is a wider seam allowance.
Yes.
So
you'd left a wider seam allowance at the neck as well, hadn't you, when you cut it? Because your seam allowance is where that second fold is, really, as you're stitching there.
Yes. So I'm leaving a little bit at the beginning.
Thank you for all your lovely messages. Thank you for getting involved. Thank you for watching. And thank you for your lovely feedback. I will go through all the fabrics again with you in a second, because lots of people ask about... I know you love seeing the fabrics and you're loving... Little Paul's favourite is turning out to be one of the most popular today as well, which is the beautiful floral one down there. So now, at the end of this, how did you... Because obviously you have to, like you said, you have to leave the ends open.
Yes.
How do you neaten those off?
So I folded that in. It's quite a lot of fabric to work with.
Yes.
And that under.
Okay.
And then pressed it down.
Right, so I just need to show that. Right, so we got this right. So we just folded that in, there, there, and then folds it all the way over like that.
Yes.
So what you've got there is you've got an opening. You see that on the there. That's the opening for your ribbon there. And then you'd stitch along the edge there to create the casement.
Exactly.
I'll let you get on with that then, because I've just got to go and get this piece of fabric and take it back. So many of you loving Little Paul's mint fabric on here. Oh, I put it on the wrong shelf. This is beautiful. This one. It was Little Paul's favourite from the start, you see this one. But you at home are following the Little Paul trend. This is the most popular of the hour so far. Look at the colours, look at the design, created by, you can see he's a graphic designer, can't you? You can see the kind of repeat. Oh, now, the other thing you need to take into account as well, of course, is the repeat of the fabric if you're going to match seams on this one as well, because the repeat on this is obviously much bigger than on other pieces. But, you see, I keep saying I'd love to make a skirt out of this, but any indoor kind of furnishings, really, really plush furnishings would look gorgeous in this, wouldn't they? There's that gorgeous word again, £6.95. It is the Joel Dewberry Grace fabric in mint from the Atrium range at £6.95. I just love it. It's fabulous, isn't it? Okay, that's that one. Now the tulips next. The tulips you want to see next. We love this. This is what Jenniffer used to make her original camisole top. So on the camisole top, obviously it's cut on the bias. But when you buy the fabric, it comes like this. Obviously the tulips go up and down the straight of grain, up the warped, because the weft goes left and the warped goes orp. Beautiful, vibrant colours. Now, it's got kind of a 1950s feel to it, this one, doesn't it? That really lovely 1950s American kind of... I want to say, you know, kind of, not West Side Story, but that kind of girls' party dresses in the 1950s, isn't it? Joel Dewberry tulip in poppy with, from the Flora range, half a metre, remember, for £6.95. This is what Jenniffer used to make that camisole, remember? But that's what it looks like, but that's cut on the bias, remember, which is why the flowers are going diagonally across the top. And then the one that Jennifer's using at the moment is the herringbone one, which I love. I love this. Love all of them, me, don't I? Look, really lovely, geometric thing. It's a herringbone, obviously, but it's like a herringbone that's done by hand, and it almost looks 3D. When you come close to it, almost looks like there are steps in the fabric, don't they? 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, not that steps. Joel Dewberry, herringbone in poppy from the Flora range. £6.95. The poppy colour again, which teams beautifully with the poppy in the tulip print, at £6.95. Do you know what? I wish... You see, we need to have... I need to have one of those feelometers, don't I? So I can go like this and I go, oh yeah, 9.5 out of 10, 10 out of 10, because the quality is really, really lovely of this fabric. And the vibrancy of that colour, look, against the skin, that is going to warm your skin. Those tones against the skin, going to warm the colours of your skin up there. £6.95. Now, we sell fabric, remember, in half-metre increments. And when you buy the fabric like this that we've cut off the roll for you, it comes in the most gorgeous little box, and it's all tissue wrapped and everything. In fact, when I was on the other day, somebody emailed in, so they'd just received their first parcel of fabric, and how beautiful it was, a fabric that's been cut off the roll, how beautiful it was to see it in the box with the tissue paper around it and everything like that. Right, I'll let Amy tidy up because I've left that in a bit of a mess there. So this is what we're making, the bias cut little camisole top there, which of course you can adapt for different sizes or different fabrics. We're just doing the one here in the herringbone fabric. That one there you saw is in the tulip fabric, which is up there now at £6.95 for half a metre. But of course this lovely herringbone, very, very geometric.
So I fold in at the side, but because I don't want that to show,
yes,
I'm folding that one in too.
Right.
Underneath.
Making you race along here, but we're nearly done. We've got a couple of minutes. Oh, we've got... Jennifer's back in an hour's time with, a really lovely tote bag. It's a really, really beautiful tote bag. So we're going to show you how to make the tote bag in again, another range of gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. But talking of gorgeous fabrics, this is the Dewberry. The one you're seeing there is actually the herringbone one, the beautiful herringbone one in poppy. I'm not allowed favourites, am I really? I know Little Paul's my favourite, really, but he doesn't like me to tell anyone that. I love this. I love these two together. Do you know, in fact, what I would most probably do is I'd make the whole piece out of this, and then I'd do the binding out of the herringbone, so you wouldn't see it when you're wearing it, but just get glimpses, or maybe make the strap out of the herringbone.
I like contrast
because
binding.
mix and match, because the colours are going to team beautifully. Look, they complement and team together so well, don't they, those colours? And a lot of people wouldn't think, oh, I'll put a tulip fabric with a herringbone fabric. But do you know what? Just try it. Just try it. You'll be surprised at what you're going to love and what you're not going to love, isn't it? Really gorgeous. Right, so I've got the herringbone fabric in the graphics there, and I've got the tulip one at the bottom there.
Just trimming off all the ends. So that's one done.
Yes.
Both armholes are done.
Okay. Oh, you've done the other... Oh, that was a bit sneaky, doing the other armhole without me seeing. So, as you can see on here... This is the centre front going across here. So that's the centre front line going down there. So that's the front panel across there, which we're going to ruche up with either a ribbon or you could make a straight binding for the straps there. This is the armhole here, which has been bound with the bias binding from the 12mm bias binding maker. That's the 12m one round there. And that one there, as you can see in your graphics there, that one's done by the 25mm bias binding maker for £11.95. Love that. So now, if we pretend all that's done, you've then just made on this one, that's just one straight.
It is.
With one, so that's why you've only got one bow on there, because it's one piece.
I just made one continuous length, threaded it through that one, through the next one, and then tied it in a bow.
But what you could do, if you wanted, yes, you could, make two, so you got a bow on each shoulder, couldn't you? And then you just thread one through the front and one through the back, and then tie the strap to the top. And as you said, the top can be worn.
Yeah, that really makes it, actually.
Because it's cut on the bias, when you have when you gather them in, the folds in the fabric are lovely because it's all cut on the bias there. Oh, we haven't talked about the hem yet. What did you do for the hem?
I did, because it's bias cut.
Yes.
I find that folding up and stitching once, and then folding up and stitching a second line all the way around, prevents roping or twisting. If you fold the hem and do it in one motion, it can very often really break.
Yes, because if you machine hem a bias, like on a 50s circular skirt, sometimes it does that. I don't know what the technical term for it.
I call it roping, but...
We get that kind of thing, doesn't it? So what you did was you turned it over once.
Yes, should I quickly show?
Yes. I've got a couple of minutes, so that's not a problem.
So I'm making sure that's facing that way, and it's also facing the same way at the bottom.
The seam allowance.
Yes.
Yeah,
so it's not...
Oh, yeah, because it's a French seam, isn't it? Because if it was a normal seam, you just press them open, wouldn't you?
Yes. So I folded up and stitched close to the edge. That's quite chunky there.
Really tiny, very close to the edge.
Yeah, but if...
But you're not going to see this line of stitching, are you?
No, well, you do there.
Oh,
you see it
glasses.
inside. You can see it inside, but not on the outside.
Oh, yes, okay.
And it just prevents the roping. And because the French seam is so many layers, I would just reduce that down at an angle and trim it.
Right.
And then fold up. And so I'll only do part of the hem, not all the way around.
Now, would you be tempted to press it into place first before you stitch it? Because that way, the fold's already done, isn't it?
Yes.
So then you can just follow the seam round.
It's just different in this situation.
I don't need my glasses off. I can see what you're doing there.
So I've only done a little bit.
Yes, of course.
So pressed up once.
OK, so we've done that once. We've turned it up once there. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab it out of your hands like that. We've done it once there.
And you're quite right, pressing it would actually make the whole hem process much easier to do, especially with this lovely cotton.
Exactly. Now, and then you fold over again, and then you top stitch again along the line of stitching there.
Yeah, and I've gone for about 0.5 centimetre, just so it's a neat, small hem and not too overbearing on a
Now, can I tell you, the herringbone fabric has now taken over Little Paul's fabric. This is now in the lead of the most... Oh, it's your favourite?
I love it.
It is. I love it. I love the... And also the fact that you've done that on the bias makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? I mean, it's a fabulous, interesting fabric anyway.
You get that down side when it's worn.
I know. Designer fabric, $6.95 for half a metre. What you could almost do as well, to make life even more complicated, is if you put in a centre-back seam, you could do that effect down the centre back, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Then you'd have 4 panels.
Yes.
Chevron, 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 chevron,
chevron. I mean, making yourself more work, obviously, because you have to match even more. But imagine if it was like that as well. You know, that looks gorgeous, doesn't it? And also, a little fashion tip there, that's very flattering. To have a chevron going down the front of an outfit like that draws the eyes in like that, so it creates like a lovely waist shape and everything like that. Right, I'm going to leave you here now, because I'm going to go back over to the fabric. Thank you so much for our first show together. You're coming back in now to make the most gorgeous tote bag. Have you finished it yet?
Yes.
Oh, good. She's finished it. So I'll let you finish off what you're doing here. You come with me. Come back, because I've got Jenniffer Taylor gagging to come on in the sidelines here with her next project. Right, okay, we'll show you little Paul's favourite first, because he's upset that it's been overtaken by one of my favourites. This is just beautiful, isn't it? Jenniffer, what would you make out of this? Jenniffer Taylor.
A dress, probably.
Do you know what I can see? You've got a shift dress in a fabric very like this, haven't you? What would you make out of it, Jenniffer Mills?
I think a rather nice cushion with a turquoise back.
Cushion with a turquoise background. You see, same fabric, 2 designers with 2 completely different ideas. I think it's beautiful. £6.95. You can see the designer influence in there, can't you? $6.95 for half a metre. Really beautiful. Oh, now little Paul's getting creative. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. He's saying, how about doing the inside of your collar and the inside of your cuffs in that fabric on a blue shirt, or get a jacket and line. I'd say it was a bit heavy for lining, Paul, but you could put a panel. You could put a panel in the lining, but I wouldn't line the whole jacket in. It's a bit heavy for lining. But yeah, the collar, the cuffs and collar. That's a good idea, little Paul. Oh, yeah, look, like the orange there. He could do the other way around. Beautiful. Right, OK, so that's that one. That's that one. Right. Which one's the matter, little Paul? You do what with me? Yeah, I thought you were criticising me again, that was all. Right, OK. Now, Ginger Mike says he'd love this in a shirt. Joel Dewberry, Arbor Fabric in mint for the, when they do the red carpet for his next film. £6.95 for half a metre. I remember, no matter how much you buy, you only pay £2.95 P&P for the whole day, remember, no matter how many pieces you buy. This is gorgeous. I love that geometric print. It's so stunning, isn't it? So that's that one. I love that. They call it mint, but it's a little bit richer than a mint, isn't it? It's a really, really lovely colour, and I love that stained glass window effect there. Then, which one? I'll go to this one now, the tulip one. Very, very popular. I do love this one. I do love the colours and the kind of 1950s-esque print to it. Isn't that lovely? Come on in and have a good close look at that, because that is lovely, isn't it? You've got the tulip and you've got dots in between the tulips, lovely tulip leaves. I bought some lovely tulips yesterday, actually, the unusual purpley colour. They're fabulous. Joel Dewberry Tulip in Poppy from Flora range, £6.95 for half a metre. Give us a call, 0800 112 4433. That's all you have to do. Or, of course, you can buy on the web, www.sewingquarter.com. I love that. I really, really, really love that one. OK, I've got to go. Got to go. There's the herringbone as well. Thank you so much for joining us. But don't go anywhere. 3-minute break. Jenniffer Taylor making, a cape. Go nowhere.
The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Sewing Quarter are delighted to announce that the highly respected sewing and quilt designer Mandy Shaw of Dandelion Designs will be joining us on Saturday the 25th of February for her debut show. Mandy will be showing us her latest famous spoolie doll, as well as a range of inspirational kits and patterns. So join us at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on the 25th of February for a Saturday special with Mandy Shaw. Yeah, join us tomorrow for Mandy Shaw. You'll be watching, won't you?
I'm so excited.
She wants one of the little dollies. Remember a little while ago I said there's going to be a show where I'm on my own making a cape? Well, this is the pattern for the cape. We're not making the cape today, but I wanted to bring you the pattern now. So maybe when I do the making of the cape show, you can have your pattern at home ready with the pieces cut out, and we can make it together. You know, like Gordon Ramsay does Christmas dinner. Or is it Gordon Ramsay or Jamie Oliver? They do
cook-along.
Cook-along Christmas dinner. We can do a cook-along.
Cape-along.
No, not cook-along. Make-along. No, hang on, that doesn't sound right, doesn't it? Sew-along. So
cape-along. I like the cape-along.
Anyway, these are the patterns. So if you want to buy the patterns, this is not what we're making now. I'm just selling you the pattern now because I want you to be able to make it with me. And do you know what? The more of you that buy it, the nearer the show will be. Do you know what I mean? Because I keep saying, oh, I'll do it soon, I'll do it soon, I'll do it soon. If lots of you buy this pattern today, then we'll have to do it quickly, won't we?
Oh, yeah.
And what I'll do is on that day, I'm going to have Jenniffer in the wings, just in case anything goes horribly wrong. So, this is the Vogue. Now, the reason... a lot of you will go, oh, it's Vogue, oh, it'll be difficult. Oh, it's a Vogue pattern, it'll be difficult. It's from the Vogue Easy range, right? Mm-hmm. It is from the not just easy, it's very easy range. Now, there are two item codes. This is the first one. It's exactly the same pattern, but for different sizes. So this one is for size 4 to 14. I'll just turn it around for you there. All the details on the back. So literally, there's that shape, and there's... Oh, no, wrong way, John. What am I doing? Come on, John. Come on, John. That shape, right? All the details on there. If you need to know how much fabric to buy, just let me know during the show and I'll let you know. But the more of you that buy the pattern, the sooner I'll do the show with me making it for you. So there's 3 different patterns within the pattern, £11.95. So this one is for the... it's sizes... It says there, doesn't it? Sizes 4 to 14... Yeah, extra small, small and medium is this package. And then Jenniffer's package there. Now they're a different graphic. Same pattern. It's all exactly the same, isn't it? But just for the bigger sizes. So mine is extra small, small and medium. Mm-hmm. And Jenniffer's is
Large,
extra large, and extra large. And we have so many people messaging in all the time going, more patterns, more patterns, more patterns. So that's what we're bringing you. We're bringing this pattern. Now, buy it, and we'll make it together. It'll be an hour. It'll be an hour to remember that one with me sitting here, because when I concentrate, my tongue's out like that and everything.
The tongue comes out, the concentration tongue.
Yeah, like that. So if you want that pattern, I'll remind you about it again later. £11.95. In fact, I'm going to leave it here.
Okay.
But oh no, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Jennifer is going to make a non-pattern cape now. It's not the same as this, but it's your take on something like this.
It's my take on it. I think the reason why we've gone with the no pattern one is because we've got the beautiful fabric
which I'll show you
today.
the fabrics in a second.
But some people might get put off by what is essentially going to be freehand cutting.
Yes.
So this little pattern here is for those of you that would like to follow the instructions step by step, everything that you would cut out. And it's very similar to the PJs.
Yes.
You've got your instructions, you've got your paper pattern that you'd attach to your fabric, cut around it, and then make it from each step through. Whereas I'm going to go off-piste, no pattern, just go for it.
But then it could work the other way round, couldn't it? It could be that people don't want a pattern and they want to do it. You know what I mean? So it's swings and roundabouts.
We're giving you both.
Right, I'm going to take those off you because would you like to have a look at the cape that Jennifer's going to make on the stand? Have a look at this and then I'll take you through the fabrics. Right, OK, so what we're doing is we're making them out of a fleece.
Yes.
Fleece fabric. Now, these are... That's it there. I'll show you around in a minute. These are the 3 fleeces here. Now, you're not doing a costume change?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes, I just have to remind her to go. She's so busy watching me doing the fabrics.
I was intrigued about the fleeces.
What gorgeous colours. What fantastic colours. Now, there's fleece and there's fleece and there's fleece, isn't there? This is sumptuous. This is luxury fleece fabric. And I love that colour. And just these 2 colours together. Have a look at this one, right? It's just beautiful. The quality, the thick... Well, you'll see when Jennifer's using it in a second. This is just called dark pink. It's called dark pink. It's like a cyclamen or dark cerise or anything like that, really. But it's a beautiful fabric in the dark pink. It's £5.45. I've just said that. Luxurious, isn't it? £5.45 for half a metre. Give us a call, 0800 112 44 33, or buy on the web. Moving down to the next colour. Now, I wonder what they've called this. I'd call this aubergine myself. Ooh. What would you call it? Because on the telly it looks bluer than it does in real life. It's purple. It's the one you're going to be using.
Yeah, it's the one I'm using today.
Beautiful. Again, this is where 9.5. I'm shouting out my 9.5 for the feelability on this one. It's not like I mean, they're calling it fleece fabric. It's much more. It's more like a wool worsted, isn't it? The quality of it is like a wool worsted or one of those. Like I don't want to say boiled felt, but you know those kind of lovely boiled felt fabrics. It's like that. So that's the purple. That's the purple there, £5.45 for half a metre. And then the one that Jennifer's already made is this now let's see what they've called there. They can't have just called it green, please. Green. They've called it green. There it is earlier in the other set earlier. They've called it green. Now it's a kind of a mix between a forest and a military, I'd say. It's very kind of... it's not a soft green like your top. It's more of a kind of... It's got yellow in it. It has got some yellow in it, which is creating that lovely forest green. Anyway, £5.45. Oh, right, the phones have gone crazy for the green already. The phones have gone crazy for the green already. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. £5.45 for half a metre. So this is what we're making. This is what we're making. It's Jennifer's... I'll get Jennifer to talk to you more about it in a second. But it's Jennifer's take on the pattern that we showed you earlier. Really lovely. I'll just wait for it to come back. There you go. This is Jennifer's take on the... I call it a serape myself. Ooh. But anyway, let's get on with it because there's lots to do. I'll come back to the fabrics later. But at the moment, the green, followed by the pink, followed by the purple. That's how it's going at the moment. Oh, costume change, Jennifer.
Well, you know, this is my one. Our Colin Whitestaff has just come back from Mexico. I feel like I'm a Mexican with my cape.
Oh,
but I like it. It's very Japanese kimono-esque, but it's, do you know
from every country.
It's from every country going.
So basically, this is the same pattern you're going to show us here.
Same pattern I'm going to show you today.
So you can make it in a softer fabric or in a sturdier
I like
fabric.
to think of it as a cape for all seasons.
Oh, you've had too much time.
Well, I just think using this beautiful wool is obviously you can whack it over a coat. So if you want that extra warmth,
whack it. She means drape it.
Drape it over, or have put it on under a jumper or anything like that. It's
under a jumper. That'd be interesting.
Over the top of a jumper. It's a really relaxed shape. And then if you have an evening where you want something, just a little shawl, but you don't want to have to hold it in, like I say, with a lighter fabric, it can be quite elegant.
But you could even make that out of a chiffon or an organza.
Absolutely.
Because I do this because a lot of ladies don't like the top parts of their arms. So when I'm styling them, if they're in their evening gowns, if they've got one without sleeves, we always style it that I tie their stole around them so it stays like a little bolero.
Yes.
But if I'm not there at the party with them and it comes untied or anything like that, whereas this, if you make that out of a twinkle chiffon or something like that over a little black dress, it's going to look gorgeous. So it's a very, very versatile pattern.
It's a very versatile pattern.
I'll let you get on. I won't talk. Okay. I'll let you get on.
So how long you want your cape is entirely up to yourself. But I've gone with a squared piece of material. So this fabric is a 1.5. That's 150 centimetres selvage to selvage.
Okay.
So I've gone with 150 centimetres length. But if you wanted, whereas you can, I don't know if you can see if I step back a little bit, you can see it's almost just skimming my bottom there. But if you did want it longer, then you just need to make it longer, okay?
But also, in a softer fabric like that, it's creating a waterfall, isn't it?
Whereas
the more solid fabric like this, it's more of a Japanese kimono-y box look, isn't it?
Yes.
So it looks different in the different fabrics as well.
Well, that's the great thing about the quality of every fabric. You get different feels with the different weights that you use, and I think this is why it's such a flexible pattern. So to make this easy for myself, I folded my fabric in half, okay? So let's imagine that this is the front of my cape and down the table towards you is the back of my cape.
Towards the viewers.
So, yes, towards you, I'm talking to you.
So this is the front hem.
So this is the front hem.
The head's here.
Head's here.
And the bottom's
and the bottom's down there, that's correct, okay. So the measurement that you're going to need is your shoulder to shoulder measurement. Thank you very much.
Which, are you okay?
So if I just turn to you.
Turn you right round to the camera like that.
Roughly about there.
So from the start of that shoulder there...
to there.
To the start of that shoulder.
And if you can go across the back of my neck, that'd be great.
Do what?
Go almost as if you're going...
there, like that?
That's the one.
I see.
Yep.
Oh, it's gone. Hang on, let me turn it around in centimetres then. So that's 48, is that about right?
48, yeah, that'll do, 48.
Yeah, 48.
It's, like I say, it is a relaxed one, so that's 48. So half of that would be 24. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I'm going to
centimetres, that is.
24 centimetres, yeah. So we're halving your shoulder-to-shoulder measurement.
Yes.
And because I've placed my fabric on the fold, I'm halving it.
Right, can I just say, before we start... can you hold in Jenniffer's hand? Before we start, all of these... shows are now on YouTube, so if you get halfway through writing it down or something like that and you go, oh, I missed that bit, you can message in and say, Jenniffer, do that bit again, I didn't see that, or you can go to YouTube and you can watch it. And the joy of YouTube is you can pause it, because if you go to the one on our web, because it's on a loop on the web all day, if you pause it and go away, when you come back and press play, it jumps to where it's meant to be time-wise, so you miss what you've missed. Whereas on YouTube you can pause and write things down or actually do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other measurement you're going to need to know, obviously your material is 100, well, mine is 150 centimetres,
yes.
so I need to halve that again, so that would be 75 centimetres.
Yes.
So I'm going to take from the bottom hem, I'm going to go with my tape measure, 75, all the way up to the middle of my fabric, okay? I think I might be a little bit shorter on that. Let's take a measurement.
That doesn't look like 75
I think I've shortened it because of the table. That's 150, 150.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, yeah, that's 125, so let me just half that.
62 and a half.
Oh, it's so good.
Isn't it? I don't know, check it.
What did I say it was? 125. I cheat and use my tape measure because I'm not very good at maths.
No, but it's the best way to do it.
So it's 63. It's close enough.
Close enough, 62 and a half.
So I'm doing this with the wrong fabric. So that's basically the centre of my fabric. So that's essentially where your head is going to be.
Okay.
Okay. So now, once I've got that marker, I'm going to use that to use my shoulder-to-shoulder measurement, which was 24. Because it was 48, wasn't it? 24. Okay.
Also, if you want to ring into the call centre, Jennifer will give all these measurements to the call centre as well, so they'll be able to tell you.
Absolutely. So just to recap, that's half of my length of my fabric folded in half, so that would be the halfway point, which will be your head.
Yes.
Then from this point to there is your shoulder, so it's basically your shoulder to shoulder measurement half, so that's the tip of your shoulder.
Yes.
So now I need to find out where my neck is.
Yes.
So if you could do one more measurement for me. So if we go this way, so if we go this side, so from the shoulder into the crease of my neck.
Centre of your neck, nape of your neck.
Part
into
here.
the crease. Oh, the crease. Sorry, there to the end of the shoulder.
Yeah.
15 centimetres.
15 centimetres. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is work backwards. So this here would be where my neck is.
I'm listening, I'm listening.
Yeah, I know you are, darling. So just to recap, that's the centre of my neck. This is the edge of my neck where we've just measured, and this is our shoulder point.
Yep,
okay, so now I've got these 3 points of reference. We can now move on to our next step. So I'm just going to take this measurement here, just so I know what it is. It's 9 centimetres.
Yep.
And I'm going to work my way down my fabric. Now, again, this is your cape. You can do it however you want. Now, if you can look at my cape, you can see that it, especially on there, you can see it goes across the front of my neck where it doesn't on the one side. So on the green one, you'll probably see it better.
Oh, yes. I'll explain that. So what you're saying is this one has got a point on it, but this side hasn't.
So it comes down the one side, so it comes down the left-hand side of the neck, and then the right-hand side goes across the neck.
So if you wanted to, I mean, I know we haven't got to fastening on, if you wanted to, you could put a button and a loop or something there, couldn't you?
Absolutely. Or if you don't want that kind of lapel, then you could always do it, you could just cut down the centre of the fold, but I'm choosing to go off-centre to create that asymmetric look.
Like an asymmetric revere, isn't it? That's lovely. Really, what I also like is the fact that you've got like the handkerchief. You can see it on yours as well. The handkerchief hems at the side when you put your hands down. You have that. So lots of ladies who like to cover up their bottom. You know, it's fantastic for them, isn't it? I'm coming back.
Absolutely. So to create that kind of asymmetric look, I'm using my neck point of reference to come down. Whereas if you wanted it to be central, edge to edge, then you would cut down the centre fold. But I'm going to go with the asymmetric side.
Oh, I see. So, all right. Before you do it, if you wanted just a straightforward opening, edge to edge down the front, you'd slice up here.
Slice down the centre.
But you're going to not slice through both layers there.
Just the one layer,
which makes it asymmetrical. So it doesn't matter which side. If you're left-handed or right-handed, you can have it whichever side you want.
You can have the side you want, but how I like to remember which side things need to go on for a male and female is women are always right, men are left. So when you have a jacket, your right would go over left, or your left would go over right. That's how I remember it.
Women are always right. That's your saying.
Women are always right.
Okay.
So it's the same with zips or button fronts.
Yeah, any placket. Yes,
any placket is right. So I'm going to do it on the right side, okay? So now I've got these measurements, I'm ready to make my first cut.
And how do you know that's the right side where you're cutting, the correct side?
Because I'm looking at it.
Okay.
So I've actually got the fabric facing me the right way, so I know it is there. The chalk comes off, so it's okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cut through. So you can see that I did a couple of dashes down the fabric so I knew where I needed to go.
Yeah.
And when I get to here, I'm going to stop.
Yes.
Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to twizzle my fabric around. Obviously at home you would try and leave this as flat as possible.
Yes,
you would move rather than the fabric.
Yes.
But because of our lovely table, we're going to do it the other way around. And now I'm going to cut into that section there.
But you're cutting both that time?
Both sections.
That one coming up, you only cut through the top one. Yeah. Now you've cut through both of them.
So it's cut once, and then you cut into the fold. So in essence...
So you've just... Right, okay.
Cut it down.
Brilliant.
Yeah? So in essence, your coat is almost done now. So all I'm going to... This is how quick it is.
20 minutes past.
This is how quick it is. But we're going to add some shaping into this area.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to leave it on the fold for a minute and we'll just work into this area only.
Okay.
So I'm going to come down about 2 inches or 5 centimetres from that cut. So if you had a tailor's curve, then you could use your tailor's curve
French
to do
curve.
a French curve, But I'm just going to do it by hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see I've created a little arch there, and if I just open that, it's to the point that I've made the cut. So I'm going to come round like so. Okay.
Okay.
So now I'm going to repeat that process by taking that offcut and placing it the other side to cut through the other part.
But still only one layer?
No, I'm going to do both because this is the back of my neck and this is the front. Okay, so that's the section I've just cut, which is the front of the coat. I'm flipping it over to create the same curve, but this time on the fold, and again taking my scissors, making the cut at the same time, and then this way I know it's going to be symmetrical. Let's just move that out of the way now. Okay.
Yeah.
So now I have that. Let's move that out of the way. So if I just open this out now, let me get my coat.
Oh.
Essentially, so we could do with a model. If I pop it on you, actually.
Yes, of course you can. I always want to be a model.
So essentially, we have the cape almost ready to go. That's it. Da-da-da. There you go, that's fine.
So there's my
overlap.
Yeah.
And it falls down the one side of the bust. So all we need to do now is, you can see on my coat, I've done some stitching in here to give me a sleeve.
Right.
So that's what we'd need to do on this. But before I do that, what I would like to do is finish the
edges.
all of the edges first.
Oh, okay then.
All right.
So if you just do that, thank you.
There you go. But how simple was that?
Very clever.
Very simple, wasn't it?
So this is Jenniffer Taylor's non-patterned cape wrap serape, whatever you call it. There it is. We're making it out of this gorgeous fleece fabric, which, as I was saying earlier, there's fleeces and there's fleeces there. Don't be thinking, oh, that would be like a sweatshirt fleece. It's not at all.
No,
it's a really lovely, heavy fleece, like a wool worsted or a boiled felt, that kind of fabric.
It's almost like a self-healing. So in theory, I mean, I'm going to do double hems on my cape, but there's nothing to stop you finishing this with a blanket hem.
I'll just give you my secret. When I do mine, I shall be finishing it with a blanket stitch.
Ah, lovely.
So anyway, so the green one is the one that you've already made, and this is the purple. There you go. And then you've got the deep pink at the top there. So Eileen's got a question.
Yes.
Can you adapt it for a child?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Eileen, what a lovely... Oh, it looked cute, wouldn't it? It's a little...
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. So again, depending on how, just to walk through the measurements very quickly, so depending on how long you want your coat, so because you don't tend to have a sewing buddy like we have today,
exactly.
You would be at home on your own. So what I do is, standing in front of a mirror, or if you're going to be measuring the little boy or girl or whoever you're going to be making it for, let the bottom end of the tape measure drop.
Okay, let's do it on you then. So you're saying this for the length?
Yes, for the length. So because I'm at home and I don't have anybody with me, I would have, so this is 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch. That,
or centimetres.
Or centimetres. That drops.
Yes.
And then I just keep feeding it down while I'm looking into a mirror.
Right.
Until I can see, making sure you're standing up straight in the mirror, that's roughly where I want my...
Yeah, don't look down.
It will
like
change.
Yes.
It will change the length. So if you stay looking in your mirror and you'll say, oh, I'm happy with that now, place your finger on the apex of your shoulder, so like here, and then you can take it off and then go, right, so that's 31 inches.
And how many centimetres is that?
So that would be 79 centimetres. So then whatever that measurement is, you would double it for the length of your coat. Which is so from the front to the back, and then however wide you want it, so that you might have to, if you wanted it longer sleeved, you might need to sew two pieces together. But this is...
But it's for a child.
But if it's for a child, so this one is 100, the selvage to selvage, and you do need to take the selvages off, by the way, and I'll show you that in a second. But it's roughly 150 centimetres, and mine's a little bit short, but you can see mine's coming to just past the elbow.
Yeah. But yours is more of an evening-y,
mine's more an evening one, whereas that one is a little bit longer, so it's almost like a cap sleeve. Not a cap sleeve, what am I talking about? It's just short of my wrist.
Yes, bracelet.
Yeah, that's the one, so it's more of a bracelet length.
Before you go any further, I don't mean to disturb you. Lots of people ask about the patterns, right?
Yes, let's
the patterns aren't for... This is Jenniffer's take on the pattern. These are the patterns that this is a show that I am going to be doing... Goodness knows when, depending on how many of you buy the pattern. So if you buy, this is the extra small and medium pattern, this one. If you buy the pattern, then we can make it together. One day on the show, we can make this together. That's a very easy Vogue pattern. Now, lots of people always asking in, ringing in, saying, please can we have patterns? Please can we have patterns? Please can we have patterns? This is a pattern. Obviously, Jennifer's doing a Jenniffer Taylor no pattern cut, but if you're not quite confident enough to be cutting straight cold into fabric, this has all the instructions and everything, every piece of pattern that you need in it. It's very like it, but it just hasn't got... I think the middle one's a bit like Jennifer's, isn't it? With like a wrap around at the top.
It's almost a combination between pattern A, which is the purple one with the button, and the one in the centre, which is that green one. It's got the fastening
higher up at the top. That's more like yours, isn't it? But then it's different shape. This is now. This is the controversy here. It says its size is available 4 to 14, but as Jenniffer always says,
it's not the same.
So you need to go... I'll turn it round. So you need to go by the measurements on the back here. You're going to need to come in a bit closer than that one, I think, on this one. So this one is the extra small, small and medium. Oh, there it is, yes, well done.
So they will always be on the back. And I think on the web, if you need to see it a bit closer, I think the details will be on the web as well.
Should be there. So there you can see the sizes there. Mm-hmm. So now, don't go by your normal dress size that you would buy at home, because their measurements are always different. Mm-hmm. So every size on patterns are different. Normally, if you go to a shop, a size 14, you always know that some shops like Wallis or Marks and Spencer's, their 14s are generous 14s, but other like Topshop 14s aren't quite so generous. So it's the same with Vogue or any patterns really. What you need to go by is your actual measurements. So without putting Jenniffer in a situation, whether you're 34 to 36 inch bust, 26 to half and 28 inch waist or 36 hip, then
medium.
I've turned it around too quickly. Basically, if you just look, if you look at those, right? Okay, so that's this one is the extra small, small, and medium, and then the one that Jenniffer's holding is we'll have a look at it now. Is the large, extra large, and extra
large.
Right, so it's saying on there 16 to 26, but ignore that. Go by, because it's saying here that the extra large is a 40 to 42 bust, 34 to 37 waist, and a 44 to 46 hip is the extra large.
Yep.
So you might not be an extra large if you go into a high street store, but you might be on a pattern.
Well, I'm a large in this pattern.
Yes, exactly.
And I wouldn't normally pick up a large in the shop. But one thing to note that you can see by the shape of not only my cape, but also the capes on here, they're very relaxed anyway.
Yes.
There is no fitting in these. So to be honest, you could get away with it because it's not a garment that is close to the body. So it's just use these as a guide.
Inside the pattern as well, you get the three. Look, you get that one, which is the one most like Jenniffer's. Then you get the curved one there, so that's an A, B, and then you get the longer one there, A, B, C. Okay, if you need any more information, just let me know and I shall bring it through.
Just shout.
Any questions you've got for Jenniffer while we're doing this, please just get them in either by email or on the web chat. So, what have you got out here to show us?
So rather than using all of that fabric, I thought I'd break it down in a small sample piece just so you can see.
Lazy.
Oh, I am lazy. Well, while you're talking about the fabric, I can get cracking on with it. But for the demonstration, I thought it would just be easier to do it this way. So in order to finish my raw edges on mine, like you say, you don't have to. You could just leave them as is because you can see here that they're pretty much self-heal anyway. You could blanket stitch it. You could even bind it if you wanted with some bias binding. But I'm actually going to double hem mine, and I'm going to be mitering the corners because you can see it's basically a square, isn't it?
Exactly,
what we're making is a square. So in order to do this, I'm going to draw some lines on my fabric, and you can see that I've made a cut. So I'm just want to walk you through what I've done so you don't feel lost. So I'm just going to grab my ruler.
While you're grabbing your ruler, Eileen has said, how much fabric does she need? Eileen, because the fabric is so wide, the only measurement you need is the measurement from here to the length that you want it twice. So if it's a metre drop from here, well, it might not be a metre, that'd be a long one, wouldn't it?
That's fine.
But you know what I mean? A metre drop from there, you just buy as much as you need from the hem at the back, over your shoulder, and all the down there. £4 or £5.45 for half a metre. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, okay.
So if it was a metre down the front, it would be a 2 metre length that you'd need.
You need to buy, yes, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to be...
So are we pretending this... What are we pretending this is?
So let's pretend. Let's just turn this around. So when you're doing your coat at home...
Oh, your scissors here, yes.
That's what I was looking for. You'll notice that the selvage edge before you even start sewing your coat or doing your cuts, take this selvage edge off because it's different. It's a different texture to the rest of the garment. So you need to take that off. So that's the first thing.
The nap sort of it's like a velvet, isn't it? The nap sort of finishes there, and then it becomes
so you don't want that raw edge. So I'm going to take that off. Very super quick. So that's one thing you'd need to do before you start cutting in. Yeah, that's right. So now we've done that. So let's imagine this is a really big coat and I'm just looking at one corner for a moment. So what you'll be doing is doing a double hem, which is where you fold over your fabric once and fold over it twice. Now this is quite a big double hem, just so you can see what I'm doing. Yes. And you top stitch it. But then
a big double hem might be quite nice on that chunky fleece.
Well, it would almost be like a binding or a rib with the finish. But then when you get to the edges of the corners, it's like, well, what am I going to do with this corner? Because if I was to fold this area over again and again, that's just really chunky, isn't it? We don't want
most sewing machines wouldn't go through that anyway.
No, not at all. You'd have to probably hand crank to get through that many layers. So what we're going to do with our corner is mitre it, which is what I've done here.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through that step now. So let's just fold my fabric over. So I'm going to use the ruler. So this looks like half an inch. This looks like an inch ruler, doesn't it? Right, so let's say it's a half an inch. So I'm just going to make a tailor's chalk, and then I'm going to do another half an inch because we're doing a double hem.
Right, yeah. Half an inch being centimetres, Paul?
So it'd be quarter.
Yeah, it could be 1 1/4, is it? Something like that.
So if it's centimetres, just go with 1 centimetre. 1 centimetre, 2 centimetres. So you can see I've got 2 lines there and I've got 2 lines there. Okay?
Yeah.
So now we need to make a cut. So if I just bring this in, what you're going to need to do is cut here. Okay, so you've got 1 square in the corner, I've cut that 1 corner.
Yeah.
All right? So when I fold over now, so that's the first hem, and that's the second hem.
Right.
Okay. So let's pop a little pin in that, shall we?
How easy did you find this fleece fabric to iron?
Well, you don't need to iron. I mean, look at it.
No.
It's not going to move.
I just think if you wanted to press that in before stitching it, but you don't need to, you say?
Well, if you want to press beforehand, then I would suggest using a medium iron. You don't want a hot iron on this because it is man-made fabric, so you don't want to melt it. But if you find that you can't get the heat you need, then I would suggest using a tea towel or a spare piece of cotton cloth, a pressing cloth to put on top and then put your iron on. I would suggest, actually, that's a very good point, with an offcut, like for instance the little section here from the neck, use that section with the iron. Just to check your heat, because the last thing you want is an iron print on your.
And also, it could, because it's a lovely deep matte finish. If you ironed it could go shiny, couldn't it? You know what I mean? Put an iron on it, and that's nothing worse. Like when you press your jeans, and you get the shiny pocket flap.
And also because there is a nap to it, there is that you don't want to flatten it either. So it's definitely worth just checking that. So I've created a double hem. Okay, on the one corner, so let me just bring that over. That's a double hem for you. Okay, so now we're going to mitre the corner. So I'm going to fold this over. So you can see that section there?
Yeah. It's coming into that.
It's coming in.
There you go.
There you go. So I'll just repeat that for you. So that's how it was before, and I'm folding it at that point there. Okay, that's the first fold. So if I just twizzle that round, now we're going to do our other double hem. So there's the first hem, there's a single hem there. And I'm going to fold it again, like so. So let me just get a pin in there while they're waiting. So now you can see that we've got a mitered corner. And you compare the bulk with what we looked at earlier, it's much better, isn't it?
Yes.
Much better.
And neater as well.
Much neater, isn't it? So that's basically it. So you're going to double hem all the way around, and when you come to the corners, that's how you're going to do your corners, all right?
So you stitch there. Do you catch this, or is that all caught
So you might want to hand catch that later. But because it's folded several times, catching it in the corner would be fine anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be absolutely fine.
Okay, perfect. So now, so on the actual coat, that you've just shown us what you're doing.
Yeah.
On the actual coat, you just go round every single edge?
All the way around, all the way around, all the way around. You just keep going until it's done.
And you can do that for us today?
No. But what I do want to show you is the curved option, because when you get round to the neckline, then that will be tricky.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly top stitch this so you can see what it looks like, and then we're going to do the curved edge.
Perfect.
All right?
All right, lovely. I'll put those in there. Now, while you're doing... Oh, no, we'll watch you do that first, and then,
sure?
then I'll...
Okay.
Lots of people asking about the pattern, that sort of, this pattern, so I'll do that in a second.
So, because of my... double hem here, I'm going to use the edge of the foot as my guide.
Yes.
But what I'm actually going to do is, I'm on a straight stitch, so let me just go back on here. I'm on number 1, which is this one here. And I have got an option on this machine with number 2, that it moves my needle across to the left-hand side.
Oh, okay.
But if you don't have that at home, then the little trick is to use the zigzag part of that stitch. Now, why would I be using a zigzag on a straight stitch? All it's doing is the position of the needle. So I'm going to change that until I'm happy. So I'm watching my needle going, that might be a bit too close. So let's just come in a little bit. That looks great. So I'm going to use that as my guide.
But if you've got a sewing machine like mine, you literally just put it on the zigzag stitch and take off the width of a stitch, so there's no width, so your needle goes over there anyway.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the luxury of all... That had the luxury of lots and lots of different places. Mine has left, right and middle. That's all mine has.
Yeah. So each machine is different, so it's always worth, learning the tricks for each machine, isn't it? So I'm just going to go up towards my corner. So I'm coming up to my corner now. So I'm just going to hand crank this to make sure I'm catching my next section, so I can see that I'm in that layer now. I'm going to lift my foot up and twizzle it around, and then place my foot down. So it's not going to go anywhere because your needle's in there, in the fabric. And now I'm going to continue the stitch all the way around. So let me just get to the end of that so I can show you that.
Now, would you only stitch there, or would you stitch now along the outside edge like you're doing a double, like on a pair of jeans? Would you do a line of stitching along this edge here, maybe?
You can do for decorative effect, absolutely, but that is enough to secure your stitch. And if you wanted to do a little hand tack into that corner there, into that mitered corner, you can do, but you can see it's not going anywhere anyway.
Exactly.
But just for a professional finish, then it might be nice just to tack that down. But that's basically your double hem.
Okay, before you do the curve, I'm just going to go and show everyone the fabrics.
Fine, no
they
worries.
want to talk about these patterns and everything. So the fabrics, the green is the most popular so far, I have to say, but the pink is just... hang on, let's just do this. Look at this. Dark pink. Now, look at the width. See, it's wider. It's 150 wide, this, isn't it, did you say?
Yes.
150 wide, so wider than our normal fabrics there. So it's 60 inches, 150 centimetres. Oh, it's got a great big thread on it, and I can't let go to get rid of the piece of thread.
I can do it. Let me come round.
Can you reach from there? Thank you. This is the fleece fabric. This is the dark pink. £5.45 for half a metre. Oh, I've got to put it down because my arms are too wide like this. Really gorgeous pink. Then it also comes in the purple. And the most popular one is the green. I'll just get the green one out for you. Actually, I think this one might have been chopped into. Did you just chop into this one to make it... Oh, no. There we go. So this is the half a metre that you'll get. That's what you'll get...
That's 1 metre, isn't it?
Is that 1 metre?
That's 1 metre.
Oh, that's 1 metre. So, yeah, that's 1 metre. They've obviously given me 2 of the pink. That's the difference. That's 2 units there. 2 units of the fleece fabric in the green. £5.45. It's a beautiful, beautiful forest green colour. Because what we're making is this. Now, this is Jenniffer's no pattern serape cloak. But let me just show you these. These are a pattern that are very, very, very popular. This is not the one Jenniffer's making. Jenniffer's making a freehand one. But in a little while's time, in a few weeks' time maybe, I'm going to be making this live on air on my own. So I thought if you buy the pattern today, you could join me and we can have a Jamie Oliver... What was that other chef I just said? Gordon Ramsay. You know where they do cook-along with... This is going to be a cape-along with John. It comes in the 2 pattern sizes. This one is the small, extra small, small, medium. You get all 3 of those designs in the packet there. You get that one, which is the square one. You get that one, which is the curved one. And that one, which is the longer one there. And exactly the same, but it also comes in the large, and extra, extra large. So as I say, you get the 3 different ones in there. The square one, this is a curved one, and then that one is a much, much longer one. All 3 of those come in there. So that's the $11.95. That's the details there for the... It says 16 to 26, but, you know, it goes from large, extra large to extra, extra large. Add it to your basket. And if it's your first order... I can't reach... I can just see it, but I can't reach it. Oh, I'll go over. I'll pick it up on my way round. I'll pick it up on my way round. If
your
that's your first order,
is slacking. I'm sorry.
Everybody on their first order of over £10 gets one of these. It's a free sewing quarter sewing kit, worth $14.99.
Very handy it is too.
So if one of the patterns, say, for here, which is $11.95, is your first order, you get that for free as well. Anyway, let's get on with our masterclass.
A masterclass?
That's what they call them on the telly, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
So what have you done? What's this?
Okay, so again, we're just imagination for us. Imagination. So let's pretend that this is a corner of our neckline. So imagine this is coming down the front of the body and this is coming behind your neck.
Right.
So this is a curved edge, but we still want to be double hemming it. Okay?
Oh, okay, yes.
So it's going to look something like this. Okay?
Yeah.
So because of the way the fabric is, that it will slightly curve up, but we're going to ease into it.
But also
and
that's quite nice if you lip round your...
It is nice, isn't it? I like the way it finishes, and you can see that it's a double hem there. So the first thing you're going to need to do before you start sewing into the curved area, so you might want to do this before you even start doing the double hem, because you are literally just going to go... Once you start, you can just keep going around the whole thing. You just keep going until you start where you finished. So I'm going to do what's called a stay stitch.
Right.
Into that curved area first. So I'm going to go to my machine.
And how far in would you do that stay stitch?
Well, because of the stitch that we used earlier, it's the same as my the measurement that I need to do my double hem. So leave it at that, okay? So it always is worth, again, just using a bit of scrap material and having a little practice with your double hem to see how thick or how thin you want it to be.
Also, thanks again for all your messages. Lots and lots of messages coming, and thanks for joining us here at Sewing Quarter. We're only 3 and a bit weeks old. It's fantastic, isn't it? Right, so now you're putting in a stay stitch. How big a stitch is that then? So
this stitch is the same size stitch that you would use, so you don't change or alter. It's going to stay. It's not going to be removed. It's not a temporary or tacking stitch. It's staying where it is, hence the stay stitch. So I'm using the edge of the foot of my guide. I'm just going to trace around the curve of what is my pretend neckline. Okay. And that's done. Okay. So let's just move that thread. Okay. So in order to get this, so if I was going to do a double hem now and I started folding this over, it won't want to play.
No,
it will not want to play at all. So you've got to do something called clipping.
Yes.
Okay. So this is where you start clipping into the curved edge. So I'm going to use my bigger scissors, but do you have some more handier, smaller scissors?
I've got the little snippy scissors there. But it depends on how...
they would have been good for my threads.
Oh, so sorry. Your assistants let you down again.
Well, I let you down on the sewing kit, so we're even now. We're even.
They are the Fiskars dressmaking. Oh. They are the Fiskars dressmaking scissors there. They're £22.95. Modelled nicely there by Jenniffer.
Thank you very much.
So you clipped into...
So I've clipped in. So when I now turn it over, you can see that it's allowing me to move that fabric. Okay. So I'm going to start folding that over. So when you've clipped, just so you know, you don't want to be cutting into that stay stitching.
Yeah.
You want to just go just shy of it. Okay. So now you can do your double hem as normal. So I'm going to fold that over once and twice, and I'm going to pin.
But it's still going to be, even though you've clipped in, it's still it's a little tricky.
It is a tricky one. So again, it's probably worth getting a little extra ½ metre just so you can play around with this material. But you just keep repeating that process all the way around the neckline. So what you want to try and do is ease this around. You don't want any puckers in that area as you're going. So allow your easing, your clipped edges to spread as you're folding them over.
Right.
Okay. And pin, pin, pin. Pin, 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 and then pin again.
Oh, right.
It's all about the pins.
Jenny's doing the non-patterned cape, remember here. It's her very own Jenniffer Taylor. If you don't want to be cutting into fabric on your own, you know, for the first time, then by all means come in and get our Vogue pattern. There it is, the Vogue pattern there. 2 different sizes. This is the small, extra small. I'll start that again. Extra small, small, and medium. Vogue Winter Cape pattern. They get 3. Obviously, you get the square one here, the circular one, and the long one there with the waterfall front. £11.95. You get all 3 of those inside there. Add it to your basket. Remember, 1p no matter how many pieces you buy during the day. So that's the smaller size. It also comes in the larger size, which is the large, extra large, and extra extra. Exactly the same pattern, but just in larger sizes. Again, with the 3 versions. The square one, £11.95. As I've been saying all hour. A lot of you email in asking just for patterns, asking for more patterns. Well, you ask, we bring.
We've got them.
I'm going to be doing this live on the show one day, so make sure you get your pattern and we'll have a cape along, a stitch along together.
A stitch along.
So
I've pinned in place, so I've kept my pins heads out so I can take them out more easily when I get to the machine. And we're going to do exactly the same as we did with our stitching. Oh, I've stuck that together, I don't know why I've done that. Same as we did before with our top stitching with our normal double hem and mitered corner. We're going to continue that stitch, but this time on the curve. So I'm going to just take that to the machine. Now, when you're doing this one, it is really worth what I like to call is taking out the air. And you'll see what I mean when I get to the machine. So let me just make sure that is tucked under. There you go. So again, my foot is towards the edge or the fold of the fabric. There's my pin cushion. Okay, so I'm pressing down my hem as I go, and that should help reduce some of the tucks, if you like. So you can see here that there's starting to be a tuck as we're going on. It's starting to pleat. So I just want to make sure that my bit is under, which my fingers are there. Yep, that's right. And then you almost want to be pushing that away to the back of the machine. And again, you can see I've pressed the air out of that seam there. And now I'm going to continue to stitch over. So you're just going to take it a step at a time. Slowly and slowly. I'm going to put my needle down, lift up if I need to and rotate, and take the pin out.
Elsie's messaging. She's absolutely loving your demonstration. When are you in next, she says? I
believe I'm in again on Tuesday. If you could just check that for me. I don't even know what day it is. What day are we? Lots
and lots of messages, Jenny, saying thank you so much for all the tips. It's fantastic to watch.
Oh, thank you. So I'm just going to keep going around that corner.
Ruth has messaged in saying you explain everything so clearly without using any jargon.
Oh, you have to make up the words sometimes, don't you?
Oh, yes, no, but I think what she's meaning is you don't just say, oh, just do a French seam and walk off, you know what I mean? Oh, Daniel's loving my shirt. Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, I do like your shirt.
Thank you.
It's one of my favourite shirts of yours. So again, I'm just pressing the air out as I'm going. All the way around. So again, that's our pretend curve. But you can see now that it's lying nice and flat. You can see that there is going to be a slight bit of ripple because you've eased that area.
Yes, of course.
But it's not folded, it's not puckered, but it just gives you that nice clean edge around your neckline.
Yes.
So when you've done all of that, then we can sew the sleeves in.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
But how long have we got left? We've got 10 minutes or so. So
that's fine. That's plenty of time. Okay, so let's pretend we've done quite a lot of double hemming. You're going to be experts by the end of this, Kate.
Yes, exactly. And also, take your time because there's going to be a lot of manoeuvrability about.
Yes, absolutely. Especially when you're using something like this fleece, which is it's a really lovely, warm, heavy fabric.
Yeah, like we're saying, it's called fleece, right? But it's more than fleece. It's fleece, luxury fleece.
It's a luxury fleece. And I think you're right about almost like it's like a felted wool.
Like a wool worsted or a boiled felt. It's that kind of quality.
It plays like that in your hands when you're sewing. It's reminding me of that fabric. Okay, so would you mind just folding that area for me there, just so we can...
What do you want me to do?
I know we're taking up the space, aren't we? Let's fold that down. There you go. Okay.
The one you're seeing at the moment that Jennifer's using there, this is the purple fabric.
This is the purple fabric.
At £5.45 for half a metre. Remember, the amount of fabric you need is whatever length, because it's 150 centimetres wide, just need the length from the front hem up over the shoulder and to the bottom of the back hem.
That's right, yeah.
That's all you need. That's the length you need to buy.
That's the length you need to buy. Okay, so I've laid it out as if I've got my hands like this.
Yes.
Okay, so this is our asymmetric lapel, which is on the one side. This is where our shoulders would be, and our hands would be pointing out either side. So all I'm going to be doing now is sewing in what would be the sleeve section. Okay, so where do I need to do that?
Yes, where do you need to do that,
Where do I
Jennifer?
need to do that? So if I get my tape measure, Again, if you're doing it at home, I would place the tape measure at the tip of your shoulder, so it's the same position as you taking a measurement. Again, you want to make sure that you're looking in your mirror straight ahead. You don't want to be doing this.
Yes.
And I'm going to go with almost to the centre of the bust. So mine's about 12 inches, which would be 31-ish. Okay, so I'm going to go with 12.
Right, now, can I just say, that's on the thicker one. On the thinner one, the more delicate one you've done it a little bit less than that,
I have done it a little bit less, but I wouldn't be wearing a jumper on this.
No.
So, again, it's entirely up to you.
Yeah.
So, for me, because it's a thicker material, I've gone with a little bit more on my sleeve.
Oh, no, exactly, but you want that elegance.
Extra one. So you can see it's quite close to my arm, whereas if I was wearing a thicker jumper, you wouldn't want to get
again,
clingy.
It's a personal choice, isn't it? When you... Mary's messaged in.
Hi, Mary.
She's loving your cape.
Oh, thank you. I do love a good cape. So I'm taking... Cake.
You love a good cake as well, don't you?
Both. So I'm taking... Let me push that up a little bit. So I'm taking the tape measure at the fold, and I'm bringing it down to the measurement I've just taken. So that's 12, let me just pull that out, 12 inches. So that's the measurement I've just taken, and I'm just taking it across so I've got a guide for when I get to the sewing machine.
Now, I know this is pretend, but are we on the inside or the outside of the cape at the moment?
So this time... This is the outside.
Okay.
You're not going to be turning this inside out. So this is as you would want your fabric to be seen, as I'm wearing it right now. So I've made a couple of marks. I would go, again, depending on the width of your fabric and what kind of design you want, the stitch inwards would vary. So you might want to pop it on, pop a few pins in those areas.
But be careful if you're putting garments with pins in.
Pins out. And then just have a look in the mirror and go, actually, that's a bit too tight, that's a bit too loose, and just play with it. So I think mine was something like 9 inches. It wasn't very much at all. But you can see that I'm placing my tape measure along those marks that I've just made and then making a mark there.
9 inches, I'm just working out. 9 twos are 18, 22.5 centimetres.
That's very good, well done. He's good, isn't
he? I'm waiting for my producer to prompt me, but like
so
the email said.
If you didn't want to mark your fabric the way I have, then use your pins, okay? Because you don't really want to be putting tailor's chalk, even though it will come out. You can see that it comes out. But I would use your pins as reference points. So I'm pinning through all of the layers here.
Yeah.
Okay. The extra long one there. Okay, so before I get to the machine, I'm just going to explain it here because I think it will be making more sense.
Yes.
So I'm going to start at the raw edge of my fabric here. I'm going to sew down towards this pin, which is my last pin. I don't want to go any further than that.
Yes. I'm
going to stitch up a couple of stitches, so I'm going to rotate my fabric around, maybe stitch 2 or 3 stitches, and then go back down the way you came. That way it's giving you a nice secure stitch here for you to be coming in and out. If you just went up and down, then it's too thin, and it's the stitches
and also
are likely
to... every time you put your arm in and out, in and out.
Exactly, and you're likely to well, start damaging your garment. So I'm going to sew that together.
Show us how to do that then. Remember, there are 3 colours of the fabric here. This is the purple fleece fabric that you're seeing Jenny use at the moment. That's the purple at £5.45 for half a metre. Also comes in the green, which is what she made. Oh, actually, no, I want to see you do this. I'll tell you about the fabrics in a second. But let's have a look at what Jenniffer's doing with the stitching, because it's important that we get this point over.
So again, I'm using my tailor's chalks or my pins as a guide for the stitch, making sure I'm not stitching through the rest of my coat.
Yes.
I am just going through the 2 layers that I need to. I'm coming up towards my final mark, so my needle is in the fabric.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to rotate this around. So I'm going to go, which is the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
So because all of my fabric is over this way, I'm going to go that way. You don't want to be going the other way. Putting my foot down, so I'm going to stitch 1, 2, 3, 4. Lifting the foot again, so again my needle is in the fabric and rotating again. Now this time you can actually see that it's marking up nicely with my foot. It doesn't have to, but if you wanted to add another stitch so it does, then makes it easier for you. But you want a nice line of parallel stitching. So I'm just going to come back down the way I've came.
And you'd only go across the top once, or would you do that 2 or 3 times maybe on the reel?
Which, where we've just been?
The crossbar, yeah.
No, the crossbar, it will only need to go once.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, if I just bring this back out here. So you can see I've got my line of parallel stitching coming in from my sleeve, all the way in, which would be towards my body and armpit. So when you put your coat on, that's your sleeve.
So we've already, in real life, we've already done
in real life, this would have all been double hemmed and finished, or blanket stitched, and then you would do this. This is the last thing that you would sew. And once you've done that on the other side, same principle with either your tape measure and chalk, you're ready to make a cape.
I'm thinking as well, fantastic for the winter, because you have it by the back door every time you nip out to the shops, get in the car, take the dog for a walk, you just throw it on. But also in the evening one, you could do things like embellish it, like with tassels or all sorts of different glittery buttons or anything like that.
And again, just by switching to a really lighter weight, like a chiffon or something like that, then it'd be perfect for an evening.
Oh, yes, totally.
At the opera or whatever.
How often do you go to the opera?
I go quite regularly, actually.
Oh, do you?
I do.
So when are you in next Tuesday? Next Tuesday?
I believe I'm in next Tuesday.
So Jenny will be back next Tuesday. I'm going to go over there with the fabrics. Thanks ever so much.
You're welcome.
It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to see you do, because you're full of passion and you just love what you do, don't you?
I do love doing what I do.
I won't tell you what she's doing next Tuesday, because I bet you don't know yet, do you? It'll be a surprise.
It's a surprise.
Next Tuesday.
We like to surprise you.
But come with me. Thanks ever so much,
See ya.
Jen. Now, I'll just tell you about the fabrics that we've got here for this show. The green, which is the one this one's made of here, is at the bottom here. It's a really, really lovely heavyweight fleece. £5.45 for half a metre, remember. You just need because it's a wide fabric, it's 150 centimetres wide. You just need the measurement from the front hem up over your shoulder and back down to the back hem. So depending on how long you want to make it, that's how much you need to order. £5.45 for half a metre. Very popular, the beautiful pink, really gorgeous. Imagine how lovely that would look. Do you know what you'd almost like to do is I'd like to make a pink one and then almost trim it in the purple or something like that. That'd be nice. Or the other way around, make a purple one with the pink trim. Be lovely. £5.45 for half a metre. Right, a lot of you are asking about the patterns. Now, this isn't the pattern that Jenny's used. Jenny used her own hand-free. However, in a few weeks' time, I shall be making a cape show, and this is the pattern I shall be using. So if you get it, when we then do the actual show, we will show you the patterns, and I'll cut it out with you and we'll make it together. So this one is the larger sizes, the large, the extra large and the extra extra large, £11.95. You get all three versions in there, the square one, the curved one and the long one. So it's £11.95, that's the large one. It also comes in the smaller sizes, don't miss anybody out. This is the extra small, small and medium. Exactly the same pattern, exactly the same. Any questions, just ring the call centre, 0800 112 44 33. They promise to get back to you. If they can't answer you straight away, they will be back to you within 2 days. £11.95 for that really, really very easy Vogue pattern. And believe me, they wouldn't give me a difficult one to do. If I'm going to be making this live on telly, they wouldn't give me a difficult one. Really lovely, isn't it? So you can make this, all the three different versions, for £11.95. Give us a call, go on the web. Now, if you've missed anything, go on the web, and you can see all the fabrics and all the people. We've got, after the break, right, we've got Alison Glass Fabrics with another Jenniffer making a gorgeous tote bag. Go nowhere. I'll see you in 3.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
Join us this weekend where we'll be featuring classic pre-cuts from the Cape Facet Collective at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we sell fabric in all sorts of different sizes. Some will be pre-cut, but others will be specifically cut to your order. The most common measurement you'll hear us talk about here at the Sewing Quarter is your fat quarter. So the fat quarter is 22 inches across and 20 inches there. Now that's 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, approximately there. Now fat quarters will often be sold in bundles for you, and they come looking beautiful, all lovely and folded, and it's great for storage because it doesn't look as though you've got as much fabric as you're actually getting. Lots of people prefer fat quarters to long quarters because you can cut larger pieces from your fat quarter. So this is a long quarter, and your long quarter is cut across the bolt, so it's edge to edge crossways. That is your salvage, edge to edge. So we're looking at 110 centimeters across. For those of you that like your inches, that's 44 inches, and it's 25 centimeters deep, so that's what, 10 inches. So if you're looking at cutting your 2.5 inch strips, that's absolutely perfect. You'll get 4 of those out of a long quarter. So you can clearly see the difference between a fat quarter and the long quarter. So this is your 1/2 meter. So the 1/2 meter is salvage to salvage, so that's 110 centimeters or 44 inches, and then it's your 1/2 meter in width there. So that's going to be 50 centimeters or your 20 inches there. Now this is double a fat quarter, so if you have a fat quarter, it's going to be half this, and it would just be cut down the middle there, and that would give you 2 fat quarters. It's getting bigger now. We're on to your meter. Here we go. So this is your meter of fabric. So again, edge to edge crossways, that is your salvage. So that's 110 centimeters or 44 inches. And then this length here, that's your meter or 40 inches. But of course, here at the Sewing Quarter, we cut your fabric from 1/2 meter increments, so you can buy as much as you like. Check out our website for more details.
You know how much I love colour. I'm sorry, how beautiful are these colours? How fabulous are these fabrics? And guess what? All the fabrics I've got on show here all appear in this bag. I know we're going to be learning how to make, with Jenniffer Mills, we're going to be learning how to make this lovely tote bag, lining and all. Look, it's completely lined with the fabric as well. But before I go over there with Jenniffer, I want you to see these fabrics. I want you to see, they are exquisite. Can I say they are exquisite? They're Alison Glass. And you all know Alison Glass, she's a designer in her own right, brings you the most gorgeous, 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 look at me, how many times can I say gorgeous in one sentence? Most gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. Those colours and those patterns are just out of this world, aren't they? Let me take you through them. There are 3 different patterns in here, just so you know, if you can't see from there. There are 3 different patterns. Now, the first 2 on the top shelf here are the same pattern. Now, these are so lovely. Now look at this. Look at it close too. Look at the print, because you've got leaves. It's peony pink. It's called a peony pink. I'd say this was peony pink, and that this was bubblegum pink around the outside. It's got the most fabulous leaf prints and highlighted. Got little birds on here flying around. It's just, I mean, it's like nature on a fabulous day. There it is, close to. It's £5.45 for 1/2 metre. But you know what? If you get 1/2 metre of all of these fabrics, you're going to make the most beautiful pieces. Or get it for your stash. Get it for your stash because you're going to love it. Then, the same pattern, but in the blue right next to it. Now, this one is called... Oh, hang on. I've got it here somewhere. It was Peony and Tide. Was it Tide? The other blues, oh yes, that's right, the Tide, this one. Alison Glass, this is sun print. It's the sun, it's summing up summer, isn't it? The sun print with the leaves and all the gorgeous, it's just fantastic. I love it. And you've again got the birds in there. What I like about it is the highlight, the way she's highlighted the veins on the leaves and the feathers on the birds and everything in the kind of white, she left that pure white, and the inside of the long feather or the long leaf there. Really, really beautiful, isn't it? £5.45 now. I'm going to warn you now, these will sell quickly. So if you want to come in for these, I'd come in quite quickly because I don't want anybody to miss out on the Alison Glass. You know how exquisite Alison Glass fabrics are. Now these next 3 fabrics here are a different print, but they're the same. This is called Pine. The green is called Pine. Now, I'd say it was more of a zesty lime green myself, but it's again, look at the colour, look at the vibrancy, but look at that print. Look at that incredible print. You've got a wasp and you've got birds and you've got insects, and I just think it's lovely. And then she's overlaid it with, are they the moon? Oh, it's almost the different shapes of the moon there, isn't it? The full moon and the crescent moon. But then we've got the kind of other one there, which isn't a moon at all. You could use this. How many projects could you use this for? How many, whether it's home furnishing, soft furnishing, whether you're going to wear it, whether you're going to quilt with it or patchwork with it, because they're the most exquisite fabrics. So that green one there is called Pine, the Alison Glass Sunprint Pine, that one. Next one along is another really, really lovely, it's like a deep pink look. Look at that. Do I have to... Now, that's got the most unusual name, that one. That's called Raisin. Raisin. I know. Well, I can't think what colour I'd call that. It's just... It's yummy enough to eat, though, isn't it? Look at the print on that fabric. You've got a big star there. I didn't see the star on the other one. So you've got the insects, you've got the birds, you've got the stars, then you've got those lovely... And you can see the weave of the fabric in that one as well. £5.45 for half a metre. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all the different prints on there. I just think it's amazing. Give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. Or you can buy on the web. Remember, it's sold in half-metre increments. So if you go on the web and you want a metre, that's 2 units. 1 unit will be half a metre, 2 units will be 1 metre, and so on like that. Moving on quickly to the next one. It's in the same print. It's exactly the same print, but in another blue. This is called Yonder. Yonder, that's it. The skies are yonder. Look at the blues in there. That is a lovely colour, whether you're going to wear it, whether you're going to make something with it. Alison Glass is famous for, she calls herself a surface designer, which means she designs things that go onto something, whether it's on a floor in tiles, whether it's wallpaper, whether it's fabrics, so she calls herself a surface designer. This is £5.45 for half a metre. There it is. Really, really lovely colour. That's called Yonder. The last one. Now, this is vibrant. I mean, I know we use the word vibrant a lot. This is vibrant. Nectarine, and look at that. Now, it's a most beautiful, it's orange. It's definitely an orange. It's reminding me of Alice in Wonderland. I'm not quite sure why, but it's reminding me of Alice in Wonderland. Now, it's called Nectarine. I'll take you through all these fabrics again later. £5.45 for half a metre. And remember, when you buy the fabrics like this that come off a roll, oh, there it is. They come in a box with tissue paper and everything. Because you don't want to buy a beautiful fabric like that and then just have it shoved into a carrier bag, do you? Right, here we go then.
Hello.
Jennifer, did you have a lovely break?
I did, thank you.
I haven't stopped all day today. I love this because I love colour. I really, really love colour. I love fabric and I love textiles. You've used every single one of those fabrics in this bag, haven't you?
Absolutely everything.
Now, obviously, you've made your bag to this size, which could fit a nice laptop. It could fit books, shopping, or anything like that. But also, you could make it... Use the same principles, but you can make it bigger or smaller, couldn't you? Yeah. So if you wanted to, like, my niece, she is at Warwick University doing English, Alex, she's in English, and she carries books everywhere. So one of these, just a little bit bigger, would be perfect for her to go to and from her lectures. So shall we just start? Because we're going to make this bag, aren't we, in the next hour?
Yeah.
So I'll just put that to one side. In fact, where's my little... Oh, I don't know what I've done with my little wooden stand. I'll get Amy to get me one of those little wooden stands. So... How big did you make yours?
I cut it 44 by 34
centimetres. Yes.
And each of these strips is 16 centimetres by 34, so it's the same width.
Yes.
But I've allowed for when each of those is sewn together and the seam allowances are taken out.
I love the colours.
And I love all the details. When it arrived, I was quite transfixed by all of the details within the print.
I know. And also, if you went into a fabric shop and you thought, oh, I'll buy that one, you would never think of putting them together. And yet here, they create the most gorgeous palettes, don't they?
Yeah.
So I always say things like, people go, oh, you don't put red and pink together or blue and green together. If they go together in nature, I think if Mother Nature can put them together, I think we can as well. Yeah. But think of all the other things. You don't have to make a tote bag out of this. Think of all the other things you can make. Imagine how those would all look lovely in a patchwork, all together in a brightly coloured patchwork. Right, let's start with the bag.
Okay, so we're going to sew these three together, and we've got grey thread.
Okay.
So that it disappears.
Why have you got arrows? What are these arrows for?
Ah, well, I find that sometimes between the cutting table and the sewing machine, it can be a little bit, which direction is the print?
Yes.
So when it's near its selvage, I chalk an arrow so that there's no guesswork when I get to the sewing. I love being able to sit and confidently sew and not say, which way round did it go again?
But do you know
the
what?
designers had an intention.
Yes. No, the designers had an intention, but if you got that one the wrong way up, that could be multi-directional, couldn't it?
It could. All the doves are going the same way, though, aren't they?
Oh, are they? All right. That consider yourself told, John Scott. Okay, so that's just the direction you go.
Is it? Yeah, so while it's near its selvage, because the writing goes from top to bottom.
Yes.
I just like to do that.
Okay, so you're going to...
but you could flip them around if you wanted it to be more abstract.
Haphazard, yes, exactly. Yeah, especially if you're going to put applique on them and things.
Yes. So that's going to be a centimetre seam allowance across that edge.
Now, poor little Paul loves to use the word vibrant. I think it's one of his favourite, and sometimes he goes, isn't it vibrant, John? And I have to, ignore that and just say what I think. But these colours are vibrant. These colours are... and vivid, because if you imagine that against a skin tone, if you're going to make a blouse or something out of it, this is going to warm your skin tones beautifully, isn't it? That and the lilacs. Now, this, if you're going to wear this... Oh, mind you... This could be draining if it's next to the skin, but if you put a binding between that and your skin of a different colour, then it works beautifully. You're all right there?
I am, yes. I was just rethreading the machine.
Oh.
It had come out.
So what we're doing here is we're literally just putting the three of the panels on the front together to create the interest on the back. If you didn't want to do the panels, you could do solid colours if you wanted to. We're just doing the three panels on the front there. As you can see, there's applique on this one. We're not going to concentrate too much on the applique in this hour. We're just going to create the bag, but we'll just show you as and when you would put the applique on. But that's lovely, isn't it? And also, you don't need to do them in that order. You see, you could use the green as the patch. You could use you see, green and pink. You see, on the colour wheel, right? Green and pink are opposite each other, which means look at that. They complement each other so well, those two colours, don't they? Oh, sorry. Yep. Sorry, my bad. I was just showing the green and the pink on there, how they go together so well, because they're opposite on the colour wheel. Look, you see, they don't flicker, they just work beautifully together.
So that would be the same, wouldn't it? Should I mix it up a bit and put this
You
on
put it
on
wherever you want to put it.
We'll put it on top.
You're the designer.
Yes, I think simply as stripes, because there's so much beautiful detail in a bird there and a leaf there, so...
Yes, if you cut it narrow, you just see a bit of pattern, you wouldn't see what it was.
On.
And as you say, it was the designer's intention for you to be able to see all of these things.
Yes.
So what we're doing at the moment is just... I love this. We're just sewing the three front panels together. Remember that Alison Glass fabrics. Remember, she calls herself a surface designer. Anything that's going to go on something, she'll design it, whether it's tiles, wallpaper, kitchen units, fabric. She definitely likes her colours, her vibrant, vivid colours. And you know what? A designer fabric for £5.45 for half a metre. I think that's incredible, isn't it? And where else do you find designers like Joel Dewberry, Alison Glass, things like that? Fantastic designers that we're bringing you.
I'm going to sew the lining together and leave a gap.
Okay. Where are you leaving the gap?
I'm going to leave it down the side seam.
Right.
Around about there, and I usually do it about the width of my hand.
Okay.
So that it
So my gap would be a lot bigger than your gap then.
It would, but it would still work, and we could close it at the very last.
It's funny that this is what I get, like I was saying earlier, it's why I love working with so many different designers, because everybody has their own... Because Lucy always puts her... hole at the bottom of the bag, not at the...
I've done that too.
It's just...
But it's nice
personal
to mix
taste,
it up though, isn't it, sometimes,
exactly.
and do one thing one day and another thing another.
Exactly. Now, my friend Tomo, he'd love his fabrics. He's very much into his vivid colours and his vibrant colours. He is very flamboyant. That's the word for Tomo, flamboyant. That's the word. He loves me, Tomo does. Shh, don't talk. Right, OK, so you're leaving the big gap in the side there, the width of your hand, or so.
Yes, and I didn't take the fabric out and snip it off. I moved along, and I'll snip that thread afterwards.
So again, you've chosen to use the bright green as the lining, but you could have used... the thing is, we're sitting here showing how to make a tote bag out of all these gorgeous fabrics, because it shows what other project could you show every single, unless we did a patchwork sort of thing? But these fabrics are amazing. You can use them for so many different things. I just think they're incredible. I just think, you know, they would make sophisticated clothes. You could make the most exquisite clothes out of these. But then you could also look at the three in the middle. I think would be fantastic for a teenager's bedroom. The green or the blue in the middle, fantastic for a teenager's bedroom. Or if you're going to do an applique piece of artwork, they're just fabulous. Right, let me just explain. The pine is the green one on the middle shelf. The yonder is the blue one at the bottom, isn't it? That's right? Yes, the blue one's yonder at the bottom, because the other blue one is not yonder. Right.
I just got to the end there, and with the needle in, pivoted.
Just to turn
90
the corner?
degrees, yeah.
Do you reinforce the corners, or do you just keep going round?
Well, with this one, I've folded them over to give us a bit more depth at the bottom, so I would reinforce it at that stage.
Perfect.
And then all the way back up to the top. And we shall need the iron in a moment.
Oh, OK. Me tidying up, and I need the iron out. Oh, tied. That was the other one I couldn't remember. That's the one I was talking about, right. I just need to move that over a little bit. There you go.
I wanted the straps to be firmer. It's lovely cotton,
yes,
but straps undergo quite a lot of stress when a bag's being used, so I've interfaced.
Oh, OK, brilliant.
And what I've done is the straps are, for this, 6 centimetres by 75.
Right.
And I've cut a 4 centimetre length of interfacing, fusible interfacing, sparkly side being the glue particles.
The gluey bits.
And it makes it really easy to make a strap, because if you press that into the centre, then you have when
yeah,
it's
we'll do
fused,
that. We'll do that
stiffer,
in a second, Jess.
And then you have a nice fold line for that to go to.
Remember, these are Alison Glass fabrics, absolutely beautiful. £5.45 for half a metre. Do you know what I'd do? I'd get half a metre of all of them. Definitely, because I love all the colours. And even if you haven't got a project, even if you're thinking, oh, John, I haven't got anything to make yet, what I'd do is I'd have them in my, definitely have them in my stash, because they're so beautiful. Even if you're going to use them in a patchwork, even if you're going to use them in some other project, just use them, because or even if you're doing another applique project, and your main fabric is plain, and then you want vibrant, patterned, you know, all over your applique. Sorry,
I fancy a dress in that one.
You want a dress in that one? OK, we'll order that for you then.
Thanks.
I'll be doing a dressmaking show soon, so maybe you can make your own, can't you? OK, so shiny side down.
Yes.
Yes.
Nobody appreciates glue particles on the sole plate of their iron.
Yes.
And then I'm just gluing it, bonding it.
Straight down the middle.
Down the middle.
Now, that pink fabric that you're seeing there is the peony, and then the other deeper pink that's over here, that's the raisin. I love that name, raisin. I'll show you the raisin full screen, because it's lovely. Look at that pattern there. While Jennifer's just ironing the last one. That's raisin there. Isn't it lovely? And look at the print that's been going on there. The insect, the wasp, or is it a bee? It's all nature, all inspired by nature, that one, isn't it? Look at the doves as well. Gorgeous, gorgeous doves there. Really lovely. And there was a star. Yeah, there's a star in that one as well, isn't there? £5.40. Now, remember, it's a designer fabric. Designer fabric for £5.45 for half a metre. Really, really, I don't know. Well, like I say, I don't know how you're going to choose which colour you want. I'd have a bit of all of them. I'd have a bit of all of them.
So now that folds in.
Yes.
And you can feel the edge of the interfacing. And if you fold in all the way along, should I just do one strap?
Yeah. I have time later to do another one, but...
Yeah. All the way down. It almost feels like there's a piece of paper that you're folding over. And then the same on the other side. We know then that we've got a 4 centimetre width of fabric.
Yes.
That can then be folded in half. Top
but
stitched together.
It's also hold, even though you say it's good quality cotton, it's giving it that extra bit of support, is it? Because if you think, if that is filled with books, you're going to need the support of the straps. So you don't want them, first of all, cutting into you. But
and they don't crumple up that way as well. They stay looking
neat.
Really nice. So then we fold over that way.
Little Paul's just catching up with us. He's saying, what would you use the bag for, John? So I'll go through it again, shall I? We could use it for shopping. We could use it for bags. We could use it for a laptop computer, anything you want to use it for, really. Now, with the strap, so what you're basically doing is you're now folding them in half. So you've got a double layer of the interfacing
wide
as well.
Strap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted to, you could make them. Say that again. Little Paul wants me to tell you all at home that he's a lovely boy, really. He is. He's just a bit worried that you're all going to get a bad impression of him. I'll do my job, so I can just say what I want.
And while the iron's there, I'll press those open as well.
While the iron's hot, they say strike.
Yes. So
let's look at the fabric again. You're just pressing the seams open, yeah?
Yes.
Let's have a look at the fabrics then, because you're all loving the fabric. That one's yonder. That's the yonder one there, and I love that. I love the blues on there. I mean, the three in the middle, they've all got the same print there, but that's blue yonder. Oh, blue yonder. That is the... Oh. Anyway, that's the blue yonder there, just coming into focus at £5.45 for half metre. Remember, it's Alison Glass sun print fabric. I love it. Look, you can see the texture of the fabric there because it has got, not a loose weave, but you can see the weave on it. It's almost got that kind of, not linen effect, I don't say linen effect, but you can see the warp and the weft in the fabrics, can't you? So that one is the yonder. Then we're going on to, which one are we going to next? There you go, that's the one we're going to next. That's pine. I know the names, I just didn't know which colour we were going to. Vibrant, that's the one I think would look fabulous in a teenager's bedroom. That gorgeous greens, fabulous, vivid greens there. £5.45 for half a metre. Let's see if we've got the fabric in. Yep, focus that time, really lovely. Give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Right, I'll move on. Oh no, do you want to see another pink one? Have another look at this. This one's a different print, this one. That's the different print. That's from the top of... That one's got the birds and the bees on it again, but it's also got... It's called peony, that one. It's also got leaves from the nature and everything like that. That's the peony. There we go. It's a beautiful colour, isn't it? That would look lovely next to the pine. That and the pine would look gorgeous together. I have to stop saying gorgeous. There's too many gorgeous things here that I keep saying gorgeous and getting told off. Beautiful. They'd look beautiful together. So, where are we up to on this bag then?
We're up to what I thought was really appealing because of all these gorgeous colours, and I used every single colour.
You just said gorgeous as well now, you see.
It's catching.
Yeah, sorry.
Using colour matching the thread. So I top stitched the straps in turquoise on pink, and I've sewn orange onto this. It's not a circle, because what I really liked about this design...
Charming, that's another word.
Imagine a circle more like a pebble than a circle.
Yes.
So, and I also didn't go right to the edge because I wanted a bit of a frayed effect, a bit like a painterly effect.
Oh, we'll get to that in a second, won't we? Never be afraid of your fabric. That's the most important thing. So we've got the front of the bag, we've got the back of the bag, we've got the lining of the bag stitched together with the big hole in it,
and 2 straps.
And we will have 2 straps in a second.
Yes.
So you've just folded that strap in half again.
I have, and then I would sew. I think it's close to the edge. It's about
as millimetre is
2 mil.
Yes, or thereabouts. Very close to the edge.
And I did have some orange thread, but it's disappeared.
You don't want?
I did have some orange thread.
Oh, well, don't worry. Do it in the grey for now, and then
actually that will show. That will show well, won't it?
Now, remember, if you've got any questions, we'll just see how close Jenniffer's stitching, and then I'll do that. Because I'll tell you how to get in touch in a second, because lots of people get in touch.
Sorry, because it's interfaced, it's not going to stretch and alter. So what I'm doing is just matching those edges together and checking about that much before it goes under the needle. Now.
I can't believe how tight... No, you keep sewing. I can't believe how quickly these 4 hours go. We're in the last hour. We've got 40 minutes, just less than 35 minutes left to go. But you know what? It just flies by, because I just love every minute of it. That's the problem. Now, if you want to get in touch, it's very easy. If you've got a question for Jenniffer, then you'll answer it, won't you?
Of course I will.
Just message in. You can do it 2 ways. You can do a web chat, which is where you go to the website, www.sewingquarter.com. You go to the page. Just if you scroll to the top, you just go press at the top of the page. It says Oh, it's frozen. We won't go to the top of the page. Go to the top page where it says watch live and buy. Then you click on that, you get the screen. If you scroll down, you then come to this screen, and there's a little box underneath. Just at the top of there is ours. That's me and Jenniffer just above there. You can't really see us. And then go drop down. You see the box that says message the studio. Just write your message there. Or, of course, you can email us, studio@sewingcords.com. Studio@sewingcords.com. Then follow down, you see, and there's all the fabrics. There's the pattern from the last hour. There's the fleece fabrics, and then at the top there, the most gorgeous. That's oh, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's one missing. Where's pine? Keep going down. Pine will be at the bottom, won't it? Oh, there's pine. There's pine at the bottom, sneaking in there. So I love it. I love those colours. All you need to do is, if you want to buy from there, from the shopping list, add to your basket. Of course, after the show, if you come to the web and think, what I've missed, you can just go there. So get in touch with any questions you've got. We've had lots and lots of messages in so far. Thank you very much for those. Also, if we've gone too quickly in the 4 hours, you can go to YouTube now. Just search for Sewing Quarter, and all of these shows are on YouTube. They're uploaded almost immediately. Are they uploaded or downloaded? I don't know. But they're on almost immediately after the live show. So we're just making the 2 straps that go on this really lovely tote bag here.
And I'm sewing it along one edge.
Yes.
Because of the time we've got, but you could sew many, many lines.
Oh,
which
almost
would make it even firmer.
Yes, exactly. You only sewed one edge on this one as well. Did you only have not time at home last night?
It wasn't last night, and I've also used a stitch that goes backwards and forwards that has a bit more depth to it.
Oh, have you indeed?
Yeah, I think that stitch is available on the Alna that's available from the shop.
Yes.
Yes, it goes backwards and forwards.
Now, Anne, what did Anne want to know? Oh, Anne, it's here. I've got it here, Anne. Anne wants to know about, that was handy, wasn't it? She wants to know about the interfacing. Here it is, Anne. If you buy this, buy this. No, I didn't mean it like that. Buy this, Anne. You can buy this one, Anne, if this is the right one for you. The iron-on interfacing, medium weight, £2.95. You can just add it to your basket because maybe you only pay 1p. But if you want a different weight, then just pop along to the web shop and you can see different weights in there. But do you know what? Iron-on interfacing like this is high quality. It's a fantastic quality, this one. Really, really. Oh, it's the medium weight one. But just being iron-on. In my day, we had to tack it on. Showing how old I am now. It was whereabouts you're going to use it for? Cuffs, collars, facings, not hems, Paul. Oh, does it? Why would you put it in the hem? That's interesting. 1 metre by 1 metre, like I said, medium weight, £2.95. Okay, moving on.
So I made those a little bit longer than I needed.
You do,
and then I will cut them down. Have we got those lovely rose gold scissors?
Yes, the big ones or the little ones?
The big ones, please.
Yeah, there's the big ones.
Want to cut.
Another Anne has also said the fabrics are absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Same Anne. I'll just pop that back in the box there.
So the straps are 75 centimetres long.
But they can be any length you want them to be, really.
They could.
Because if you wanted just a shoulder bag, you could make them a little bit longer, couldn't you?
Yeah.
What? She's only done 2 shows of me already and she's picking on me. These rose gold scissors that Jenniffer's using. Hemline, rose gold colours. I'll just pick them up for you and I'll show you those.
Those are the same.
They're lovely, aren't they? Now, I'll tell you who likes these. Sammy Claridge. She loves these. And you know who? Jo Carter, one of our other experts, she's bought these for her mum Helen for Mother's Day.
Lovely.
I know, but she did tell us the story that she was buying them from her mum, and then her mum messaged in saying, I am watching, you know. They've gone on holiday together this week with the kids, and the mum, Helen, has taken her sewing machine and her overlocking machine on holiday with her. They're £16.95, and they're not only do they look gorgeous, they're very, very good scissors, those. Right, so what are you doing now?
I'm going to sew the front to the back. Again, with more time.
Yes.
You could...
Before you do that,
yes.
If you were going to decorate it,
yes,
you'd do the decoration before you sewed the front to the back, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Could you just explain on this one how you did... Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you mid-flow there.
That's okay.
Just explain on this one how you did each of these different shapes and how you attached them to the actual bag.
So using Bondaweb, which, similar to the interfacing, has got glue particles.
Yes.
But paper on that side.
Paper scissors. Oh.
Have we got paper scissors or
Yes,
can I use these? So I was inspired by all the leafy shapes.
Of course, yes.
And I'm just going to cut a little bit freehand. And then glue side down. Again, very important, otherwise it completely glues up your sole plate. I'm going to press that on there.
The fabric, the Alison Glass, we're just using the... Oh, now, isn't that funny? The nectarine is the most popular, the bright orange nectarine. But it is, look at the design, it's the only one of that design. It reminds me of Alice Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland, that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know why. Oh, it's got the cards on it, has it? Where? Oh, yes, how funny. I saw the rabbit ears.
Ace of Spades.
Yes. But I think that's lovely. That's the most popular so far, the Alison Glass Sunprint Nectarine, £5.45 for half a metre.
So I waited for it to cool down just a little bit.
Oh, yes.
It's easier to peel off when it's not really...
We're going to go back again.
Really hot. And then, actually, let's get this right. I want it to be the same size. So, fabric scissors. I peeled that off a bit too soon.
Oh, OK. Well, don't worry. So oh, go on. You want that to be the same size as that?
Yes, so imagine you glued that onto a piece.
Yes.
A corner scrap, maybe, of that fabric.
Yes.
And then, it's very rare for me to cut in the air, but when it's something small...
Yes.
I find it easier to, because you can turn both hands.
Those scissors are fabulous as well. Everyone talks about how fabulous these scissors are. They're the rose gold coloured shears.
So now that has glue on that bonder web on that side.
Yes.
And I'll just put that right in the middle.
So now you're pretending that's the panel from the back?
Yes. So imagine this is just a little sample.
Looks fantastic.
And then I went for bright colours on bright colours, contrasting. But the grey will actually show up really well on this. And a little bit like... it's come out again. 1 second.
That machine's not very happy with you, is it? Let's carry on. While you thread that up, people want to see the fabric again. Now, the nectarine is the most popular so far. But I love these two together. Let's start at the top, right? Because these two fabrics are the same pattern. This is Peony, and this is Beyond. This is Yonder. Why did I say Beyond? Oh, that's a pop group, isn't it? This is the Peony. It's just... John, shall I waft it, actually? Shall I show you the pattern on the fabric? Because, look at that. Look at the vibe. That is vibrant. That is vivid. That is stunning, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful colours there. Really, really bold pink. But there's something just elegant and sophisticated about, isn't it? £5.45. That is the Peony. Remember, today's called Watch It, Sew It, and Wear It. Well, carry it in this case, because it's a bag. Anyway, that's the Peony. Then we can... Remember, these are all £5.45 for half a metre, these. Then, moving on to this one. Now, the blue is exactly the same print, but just in the blue. This one is called Tide, not Beyonder. This one's called Tide. Alison Glass, Sunprint. It's lovely, isn't it? Now, that is a more subtle blue than the pink, but they go beautifully together, don't they? Lots of people buying the same design in different colours. Well, I'm not surprised, because we just saw on that applique, didn't we, how the colours, the orange and mix and match work so well. So that's those two. Then these three in the middle here, these three here, these are the same pattern. Those three are the same pattern again. So the green one is called Pine. And again, next to that pink, the pink and the green together look fantastic. This one's Raisin here. That's Pine. That's Raisin. And that's Yonder. So that's Pine, Raisin, and Yonder. They're the different colours in their thing. So you've got the Raisin graphics in at the moment. If you want the Raisin, that's this one. So it's kind of the lovely purpley background. And then the juice. I think that's what it is, why it's called Raisin, because it's like raisin juice, isn't it, that colour? There it is. So those three, are we not showing the green and the blue graphics for that one? Okay, then moving on to the most popular selling one so far. Nectarine. Now this, well, like I said, the one earlier is pink. This is definitely orange. There you go. Nectarine, £5.45. I love the print. Look at that overall print. There doesn't seem to be a repeat on it, does there? It's just, oh, there it is. There is. Fantastic, fantastic. Oh, the print goes that way. Beautiful, striking, awesome colours, says Sonia. I know, aren't they, Sonia? They're just out of this world. Another Anne. Oh, Anne's written in saying the message in saying how gorgeous the fabrics are. Aren't they, Anne? They're stunning. And this is the most popular one so far. We've hardly mentioned it, have we? But I love the print on that one. It's just out of this world, isn't it? Okay, there are all your 6 fabrics there. So I'm going to go back now and see what Jennifer's up to on her tote bag. You've gone on without me. You've done something without me here.
I cut some wadding.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Same size.
So
2 pieces.
Hang on. So
wadding.
Front of the bag, back of the bag.
Yes.
Lining of the bag.
Wadding, straps.
Okay.
And
so we're not putting any decoration on this one because we decided that we just talked to you about the decoration on there.
Keep it stripy.
But this is how you're doing the decoration.
Yes. So quite in a relaxed way because there are no exact edges. It's quite an artistic approach to it and fun. And it's a good way for a person new to sewing to play with the machine as well.
Oh,
to
yes,
do this
definitely.
sort of applique.
And also what you could do is if you are going to mix the orange and the pink and the blues and the greens, you could then do that top stitching in either the orange or the pink or the blue or the green, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Now, whenever I used to do applique, I'd always do a satin stitch over the edge. So you don't do a satin stitch if you don't want the frayed, because that was slightly frayed.
Yeah, this will fray, and I kind of wanted that to be a characteristic of it. But
if you don't want
absolutely,
it to fray,
satin stitch
you've done a satin stitch on this one.
I did, but I did it within
the
edge, so it would fray and you'd get satin stitch.
So satin stitch, as you can see, it's just a zigzag stitch, very, very close together there. Now, what I used to do when I did the applique was that would be actually on the edge, and then it covers up the raw edge of your fabric so you don't have any frayability going on there. But as you can see, on this one, you see Jennifer's done on the blue, she's done the orange stitching, and on the green, she's done blue stitching, and on the orange, she's done, or the nectarine, she's done pink stitching. So it all looks really lovely. Alison Glass fabrics, you're all loving your Alison Glass fabrics, and I'm not surprised. They are stunning. The colours are vibrant and vivid. So where are we moving on to now, then?
Sewing the front to the back, assuming that we've got a plain blue back and 3 stripes for the front.
Yes, the lining's cut out, the lining's all here. We've got some wadding, and I'll tell you about the wadding in a second.
So going down to a centimetre from the edge and then pivoting with the needle in.
So you're doing 3 sides. You're doing the 2 side seams and the bottom.
Yes, leaving the top open.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm not doing much pinning because I'm doing a lot of holding.
Well, also, first of all, they're straight seams and they're exactly the same size. But also, because of the quality of the fabric, it's not going anywhere. It just sits so beautifully together, doesn't it? Which is your favourite? Let me know which is your favourite. I've got peony, I've got nectarine, I've got pine, I've got raisin, I've got yonder, I've got tide. I've missed one out. Did I not miss one out? No, I said nectarine. Raisin. Peony. I missed out peony. That's what I missed out. Ironic, really, to miss out my favourite one. £5.45 for half a metre, remember? These are Alison Glass sunprint fabrics. They are stunning, aren't they?
Whenever I have seams on one side and not on the other, I have those uppermost, so they're facing me. Because if they're underneath, they can easily fold over.
Exactly.
So and same with sort of gathers and smooth, I have the side up that faces me.
Okay.
The one that needs more attention.
Yes. A bit like Liverpool. Oh, Eileen, my love. Just ring customer services and they'll get the answer to you. I do know, but we just got to rush on. Right, now, what's she doing now?
So I decided not to keep it completely flat and give it a little bit of depth along the bottom edge.
I've heard you, yes, I heard. We're just boxing the corner then, are we?
Yes, we are. So I've folded it over, so the side seams...
Pop it there so we can have a look in the camera.
Side seams are together. And then I'm going to put a pin through. Like that, to keep it in place.
Just leave that pin where it is. Just go to the other corner now.
Yes.
And just show us again how you found that.
So fold the seam open. Fold the other seam open. Actually, do that first.
Fold the fabric open. No pressure.
No.
So we're just creating a little box on the corner of each of the seams at the bottom of the bag.
Mm-hmm. And with this fabric, you can flatten it really beautifully.
Finger press.
Finger press, yes. Okay. And I'm going to chalk.
I'll just let you mark that, and then you keep going, keep going.
I'm going to do that as my guide. Use a set square if in doubt. And then cross that one. And I know that that's 1 point by eye. I know that that's 1.5 in from the very point. On the
now, can you imagine, while you're stitching that, can you imagine how uplifting... lots of you will know me from doing fashion, but also from when I used to specialise in jewellery. And I always used to say, when you've got a lovely, bright coloured gem, how uplifting it must be when you open your jewellery box and see that. Can you imagine being able to use this every day? And on a grey, dreary winter's day, how these colours... Because colours affect... the mind, don't they, really? And in fact, I met a lady who was a colour psychologist, and she told me all about the colours that people choose to wear. Not one of those people who says, oh, you're an autumn, you're a winter, you should wear this. She actually talked about what different colours meant and why we chose different colours on certain days. I'm not quite sure what she'd make of this. What kind of mood am I in today? Oh, dear, every colour under the sun mood. But do you know what I mean? If you just have this as your if you bring colour into your life, it's like when you have accessories at home, and some of the accessories, if you've got bright cushions, if you've got something bright and cheerful, it automatically lifts your spirits, doesn't it? So imagine you're going to work and you don't want to go, and it's a Friday morning and it's cold and your car's all frozen up, and you just think, oh, do I really have to go into work today? And then you look at this and you pick your bag up, you put your strawberries in, you put your whatever you brought. Or there, the nectarine colours. How uplifting are those colours going to be? I was going to tell you something about the nectarine colour, but I won't do for now. Right, so we're moving on.
Now the straps at the top are 11 centimetres apart.
So hang on, I want to know why we're on next to the lining here. I've got a square of wadding.
Well, because I was just deciding whether to sew, because there are several ways to do these things, whether to sew that to that, or whether to sew it to the other side of the lining. Because ultimately it's going to be between the outer and the inner, isn't it? So.
Yeah. Wadding's coming on your screen now. Is that just to give it a little bit of... Oh, I suppose if you do your... oh, no, because you've got your applique already on. But is it just to give it... that extra bit of strength and bounce and everything?
And if you wanted it to be firmer and flatter, you could use an interfacing throughout.
Of course, yeah. There's the wadding. So easy, premium polyester wadding, metre square, £2. Add it to your order. Add it to your order. I'm sorry, there was just a great big chasm behind the camera then. It just threw me. 1 metre by 1 metre. I just said that, didn't I? £2.95 for all that wadding. And it's so easy to buy your wadding like this, because a lot of the time when you go to a fabric shop and you have to buy it and it's on a big roll and you have to squidge it into a bag and everything. This comes all beautifully packaged up for you. Thank you very much indeed. Comes in a nice big bag like this, you see. Yours has some in it, obviously. We've used it here, yes.
I just took that out.
Right, so now what are you doing? You're stitching the wadding to the either side of the lining. Yes. Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
So you're sandwiching.
As long as it's the sandwich filling from the outer of the bag and the lining, that's the most important thing.
Fantastic. Now you're loving these colours. I like the peony and the pine. Amy, what colour's your favourite colour there? Oh, the pine. That's the one we're sewing now. There you go, the pine in the middle there. I'll ask Richard, the cameraman. He likes... Oh, sorry, Timothy, the cameraman. Sorry. Don't know where... It's because you were yawning, that's why. What? Raisin. Oh, he loves the raisin. That's a lovely colour. I love all the fabric. There's the pine that's in at the moment. That's the green one you can see on that middle shelf. The raisin is the one next to it. Did you have a favourite out of all these fabrics?
This one.
That's the raisin there.
Yeah.
And then you like the yonder. That's the yonder, isn't it?
I love all the details.
There's just so much detailing.
The line drawing.
The yonder is the same as raisin, but in blue. There you go, there's the yonder there. Really, really lovely. Because if you're confused by any of these, if you go on the web, go down underneath watching us live, and you'll see every single piece of fabric, every notion that we've brought you this morning, it'll all be down there. So...
I made sure I didn't close that gap that we left for bagging out.
Yes.
And also we'll do the same with the lining.
Oh, you've got to do the corner again.
Yeah, which is a little more challenging because there's more layers.
Yes.
And you can see how that's ended up bigger.
Yes.
I always find that that's the nature of this because it moves so much.
Well, that's what my quilting
ladies say.
But
it's completely distorted and thrown the bag shape out. It's just, it seems that it's inevitably going to move so differently than cotton.
Than just your cotton on its own, yes, exactly. I remember the gorgeous cottons we are using are the Alison Glass Sun prints. The one that's on the screen is the blue, the yonder. This is Ginger Mike's favourite. We haven't got a pull. Very inspired by nature. She uses all sorts of inspiration. She said her family are her inspiration as well. But you can see from the sun creation, all these, you can see the doves, the insects, the really, really lovely leaves. She uses leaves a lot, doesn't she? She just calls herself a surface designer. I'd think of something more glamorous to call myself than a surface designer, but that's what she calls herself. But she's highly regarded in the fabric world, as you all know. Alison Glass, she does patterns as well. We had one of her patterns the other day and it flew out the door. So we're just doing...
that was a little more challenging than just the fabric.
Yes.
But I've done the same thing where I've pinned it down.
Right.
And we can still see our 1.5 from the edge. And I'm going to make sure everything's flat.
Yes. Yes, because the more layers you've got, the more complicated it gets, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, which is your favourite fabric? Which one do you love the most? Why are you all laughing at me? Which one do you love the most? Little Paul, which is your favourite? There's Peony, Tide. They're the top two, Peony and Tide. That's their one print. Then we've got the Pine, the Raisin, and the Yonder are those three colours. Yonder is Little Paul's favourite as well. And then we've got your favourite, the Salt, Nectarine. Nectarine is selling the most at the moment. That's just the only one like the Alice in Wonderland pattern there. But it is amazing. Do you know what? Lots of people just buying it for their stash. They haven't got projects in mind. They're loving the tote bag, but they're just buying it just to have it in their stash because that's what we all do, isn't it? I've still got fabrics left over from, well, I don't know if I should say this because he might get a bit angry if he's watching, but I've still got fabrics from Elton John's birthday costumes that I did. I've still got fabrics from Angelina Jolie's outfits in, what was that film? Tomb Raider. Angelina Jolie, yes, exactly. So
I'm going to take some of this bulk
away. Yes, from the corner.
I'm not going to, it's not going to come undone though, because I've reversed.
Okay, perfect.
So it'll be nice and reinforced, but that's a bit more.
Just taking the wadding off more than the fabric,
just so
aren't
that
you?
just so that there isn't a lot of bulk in there. So that's our lining. And the straps are 11 centimetres apart.
But again, you can put them... Right, so let's just have a look. So here...
Just for the purposes of this.
Yes.
Yeah, I just find that's a nice distance.
Did you measure from the centre or did you measure from the side?
From the centre, and I like to notch the tops as well so that I can match the tops. So if we do a tiny notch for the centre...
So one notch in the centre front
really small,
and one notch in the centre back.
Just a few millimetres there.
Yes. And you've done that by matching the seams and then just folding it in half.
So those are the side seams and those are the centres.
Perfect.
And then I will measure out, move the lining out of the way.
Remember the pink, this bright pink is the peony. The bright pink is the peony fabric. Lovely print. Oh, there you see, didn't I say lots of people are buying half a metre or a metre of each of them. I don't blame you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining in. And thank you for watching the Sewing Quarter. We love having you here.
So the strap needs to go around like that.
Yeah.
It's very easy for straps to get twisted.
Yes, of course.
And so I'm measuring 5.5 out from the centre line. Because then that's
11 in total.
11,
yeah, exactly. What did Sonia say? She's always gone for purples, pinks, and purple, pinks, and pastels. However, this show is teaching her how to spread her wings. And what did she say? What would she use? Branch out. That's the word she's looking for. Teach her to branch out. Oh, Anne, thank you so much. Anne says I brighten up her mood. Thank you, Anne. Lots of people don't agree with you, but that's by the by. Thank you, Paul, for rubbing that one in. These are all £5.45, remember, for half a metre. You're loving, loving, loving the colours. Is Nectarine still the winner at the moment? It is. Nectarine is still the winner at the moment. Okay, so we've got
a bit of measure twice, cut once, and just check they're in the right place.
Okay, so what's the next stage then?
I want to...
Are you going to stitch those in place?
Just sew them in place and then take the pins away. And then when we join that to that, there aren't any pins in the way and we know the straps can't move.
Brilliant. We're doing well. We've got about, about 10 minutes, 11 minutes left, have we? Remember, it's live. We're live till midday. And then if you then go onto the web, you can watch it on a loop until tomorrow morning. The same 4 hours will be looped. But you can't pause that. But if you want to pause it, you can go to YouTube. Just type in Sewing Quarter on YouTube and the shows will come up and you can watch them there. And you can pause that. You can pause that. If you want to see anything that any fabrics or notions that we've shown during the day, they're on the shopping list, which are just below us if you're on the web, watching on the web. Just have a look at the shopping list quickly. It's got 4 straps to do that. This is how you get to the shopping list. Well, there it is. There it is, right? So that's everything we've used in today's show. The fabrics, the boards, the scissors, the bias binding maker. There's little Paul's favourite fabric of the day there. There's the bias binding maker. Really, so everything, even to the retractable tape measure, everything's there. It's, I mean, so easy to go to, isn't it? So there. There's the nectarine at the bottom, the most favourite so far, and the wadding that we just had. So we've stitched the handles in place. So what's next?
I'm not going to cut that down.
Okay.
Because...
All right.
Well, actually, I am. I'm going to take those corners off.
Okay.
But what I don't want to do is take that off and then expose the stitching that could come undone.
Exactly.
So I'm going to...
Oh, yeah, the last thing you want is your tote bag unravelling while you're out shopping, isn't it?
Yes.
Apples everywhere, Paul says.
And then...
So you're turning the bag the right way out, the main bag, turning out the right way out.
Yes. I think I prefer it without the applique.
Without the applique?
Yeah.
Oh, you can have that one then, I'll have this one. And then...
And then, right sides together. I'm going to pop. Those need to go facing downwards like that.
All right. Right, this is the most important thing, is you make sure the straps are in the right place, because you have to double check it, don't you? Because where you're actually sewing the straps doesn't feel right, does it, when you first look at it?
Yeah. So right sides together.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to match our seams and finger press them open so that it's not too bulky one way or the other. Like that.
Now, all you're seeing there is you're seeing the tied fabric. That's the... hang on, I'll get this right. That's this one here. No, that's tied. That one's there. That's the tied one there. That's the graphic you're seeing there, £5.45 for half a metre. This is peony. We've mixed and matched peony, tied and raisin. Raisin's the second best-selling one of the hour. Then on the back here, that's the yonder. That's the pine. Hang on, I've missed one out. And there's the peony. And there's the peony on the strap. Nectarine's on the front there. Nectarine's on the front there. Nectarine is the bestseller on the front there. They're all on the front, but there's the nectarine because you haven't seen the nectarine anywhere else. Now, so you're just now stitching all the way around.
All the way around that top edge.
The opening of the bag there.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, right sides together.
The wadding. There's the wadding at the bottom, metre by metre square, £2.95. And of course, a metre's going to go for ages, last year for ages, isn't it?
When I get to handles, I use the reverse button.
Okay.
Again,
you there on the screen.
To reinforce, because it's an area of stress on something like that.
An area of stress, little Paul, you see. He says he's got a handle on this now. That's one little Paul's joke. He'll cotton on in a while. No, we're not going there anymore.
And
so, Karen, you'll get used to little Paul, don't worry.
You can feel when you get to the handle. So I'm just, by feel, going over it, back over it with this handy reverse button, and then forward again. And then towards the side.
£5.45. This fabric for half a metre. Make sure you don't miss out. The nectarine is the most popular, followed by the raisin. At £5.45 for half a metre. The quality of the fabric, you get designer Alison Glass fabric, remember, and you are loving it. The nectarine is the winner at the moment, closely followed by raisin. And then I think it's, is it pine, did we say, coming next? Yeah, pine's in third place. If you turned away. Oh, Tide. There's been a lot of love for Tide on the email messages and the web messages. Remember, you can just give us a call, 0800 112 4433. It's a free phone number. If you want any questions, you want to order anything, you can go there, or of course you can go to the web. So, right, don't do anything yet. So we've stitched all the way around the top of the bag. Handles are inside.
Double stitching over the handles. So
literally we've done the inside of there.
Yes.
You're now going to bag out through...
the gap that we left inside of the lining.
I love it. I love bagging out. I think it's the best thing. Do I do bagging out on my days off? Not anymore, because I've given Dulcie my sewing machine at the moment, so I've got no sewing machine at home. No, Dulcie's not a dog. She's one of my best friends. That was Mike, Ginger Mike, thinking Dulcie was my dog. Right, oh, I love it, I love it. Oh, stop it, John. I get overexcited and everyone gets upset, you see, if I get too overexcited. Look at the colours, look at the fabrics
you
there.
Get that zing of green
Alison Glass, remember?
It.
So now, on the one you've got here...
Yes.
Oh, no, hang on. What do you do first? Do you top stitch or do you finish the lining off first?
I always finish the lining as the very last process.
OK, so the next stage would be...
Would be to get rid of these...
Get rid of your threads.
Yeah.
Here, I've got nice little...
And then, I think... Oh, I love these. I think that needs a light press. But one important thing to bear in mind when using this wadding is heat and pressure flattens it out.
Oh,
so,
and it doesn't bounce back?
No. No, so it would give this bag a much flatter look. So
just be careful when you're pressing the front.
Yes.
That you don't take the life out of the wadding.
Yes.
OK. So you're going to top stitch around the edge for us then?
Yes.
Have we got time?
Have we got time?
Oh, yeah, got a couple of minutes, that's fine. And then I'll go over and do the fabrics.
OK.
There's the wadding that we said. Just be careful as you iron it. Warm iron. Don't press it too hard because you're going to lose the... bounce back ability.
Yeah, but it needs a little bit of a press just so that you can get, so you don't get the fabric going in at the top.
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't give it that lovely clean finish.
And then how would you finish the hole in the lining? Would you...
You could either slip stitch by hand or...
Because you'd have to bring it back out again, wouldn't you?
Yes, so if we bring it back out again...
I love that. Love that.
If you didn't slip stitch... The machine method would be to make sure the 1 centimetre seam allowance is folded in.
And just top stitch across.
And then just stitch really close to the edge, slightly wider than the actual gap is.
Yes.
And then reverse either end.
I think the top stitching might be better because if you're like little Paul's buying his apples and Ginger Mike said he's going to put potatoes in there, I'm going to give it to Alex to give her books in. Do you know what I mean? So for sturdiness, it might be better just to do
it was a really
little
small
top stitching.
double-threaded slip stitch. But yeah, it needs to be really resilient.
I love it. I absolutely love it. I love the fabrics. Jenniffer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was our first show together, and I'm sure there'll be plenty more. I'm going to leave you here now because I've just got to go and tell everybody about these gorgeous fabrics because they are just divine, aren't they? And I might take this with me. I'll take this with me because I might be taking this one home. So let's just go through all of the fabrics that we've got here. Peony first. Peony, I'm going to do wafting. I am going to do wafting now. This is peony, right? Look at the print. Look at the gorgeous print. Look at what's going on in the print. You've got leaves. You've got bumblebees. You have got doves. You've got flowers. You've got big leaves. You've got ferns. There's ferns in there as well. I think that is lovely. This is the peony, remember. Alison Glass fabric. Okay. There you go. There. Sorry, the graphs are so slow. £5.45 for half a metre there. So that's the peony. That's the peony. Nectarine is next. Nectarine is the most popular of the show so far. There's your nectarine on the screen there. Love the print. Think it looks like Alice in Wonderland. It's £5.45 for half a metre. Make sure you place your order. Do not miss out. Do not miss out. Do not miss out. That is stunning, isn't it? It's like a hand-drawn Alice in Wonderland print, isn't it? At £5.45 for half a metre. The next one along, now this is lots of people like this one, the raisin. The raisin is the most beautiful, beautiful colour. Look at this, right? £5.45 for the raisin. Again, you've got the stars. You've got the stars, the bumblebees and the doves sitting still, or are they starlings? That one's up. Now then we're moving on to the yonder, which is the same pattern as that one, but in the blue. I'm just rushing on because I can see the show's coming to an end. I can't believe how quickly the 4 hours goes. £5.45 for the yonder one there. Next one is pine. I'll show you the pine one coming up. That is the lovely green one. I think this could be one of my favourites. This with the pink look lovely together. Just give us a call, 0800 112 4433. Sewingquarter.com is the website. If you want to order some of this at £5.45 for half a metre. Last but not least, there it is, last but not least, I've got the Tide. I've got to go now. Oh, that's the peony, not the Tide. I've got to go now. Make sure you ring the call centre if you've got any questions at all. I'm back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with another day full of guests, full of surprises. Thanks for your company. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter! Experts. We bring you gorgeous fabrics, we bring you fantastic notions, we also bring you innovations, ideas. We hope we stimulate your brain, your creative thoughts into thinking, oh, I could do that. What we do is we do something for everybody. So if whether you've never picked up a needle in your life, whether you're returning to it, you used to sew and you maybe had your family or you've had a career and you